It's like just the architecture.
Every
in
restaurant
there,
in Cleveland now is an old bank.
which is wild.
Heinen's is an old bank. Restaurants, old bank.
How many banks
Cleveland
do
has
we
a
have?
hard time keeping banks open. We
Right.
can keep, if it's got food in it, we'll be like, oh, we'll go to that. But
Yeah.
banks are like, hey, we don't really need
I can't
them.
deposit anything.
But also
I'm
banks
looking to
are,
make withdrawals, not deposits.
yeah, banking's changed so much, too, that
Yeah.
they don't need these giant structures.
gorgeous
like they used to.
marble
Yeah.
floors, and it was the venue itself is just absolutely gorgeous. And then it was one of the best meals I've ever had, like start to finish, top to bottom, appetizers through desserts. It was.
What flavor dipping sauces do they have for their chicken fingers?
They have a homemade honey mustard. I don't know if you. This is all very
Bertman's.
high end. Yeah, but Bertman's. No, they. I had some kind of a peppercorn sauce for the steak, which I didn't even need because I got a
The steak was so
Delmonico
good,
steak.
yeah.
Oh my God, dude. And I've said that I'm a pretty good cook when it comes to a steak, but I'm like, this might be the best steak I've ever had in my life. It was so good. And then, I mean, start to finish, it was just such an awesome experience. And it was cool to get out with Brian. We don't ever get out on weekends because I'm either traveling or we have the kid. So to have like a proper Saturday night date night was something that he and I haven't had in quite some time. So, yeah, it was very filled with love.
You have sex before dinner, right?
We did not because we had the kid. So
You got to plan that out, though.
Well, we definitely didn't have sex after dinner.
Well, no,
'cause it
sex
was-
before dinner is a move because then you've had sex, then you have
Then
dinner.
you go eat,
Well,
yeah.
we
Yeah.
wanted to, but we had to drop the kid off at my
Just
mom.
gotta back time it
and-
better.
Yeah.
I know. But then
Especially
we would
since you had
have
a late dinner.
right. But then we would have had to go back home to have sex.
That's all right. Or do it
So-
in the car.
Well, we ended up having sex yesterday. Yesterday was our actual anniversary, so it worked out fine because we were way too full. But we had such a
But
spread.
then you got way too full again yesterday. Hey.
Hey, full of what I actually wanted. Am I right? No.
Now
but
were
it
there
was-
dipping sauces for that?
You know there were juicy dipping sauce.
I didn't need that.
No, but it was just like a really
Disgusting.
good weekend to celebrate love. Oh,
Aw.
it was so nice.
Our market manager, Keith Hotchkiss, of course, put out an email this morning that today was my birthday. And so all day long, everyone here has been going, Alan, happy birthday. And I'm like, okay, I can either say it's not and be a dick or feel like a dick. I wouldn't be a dick because it's not my birthday.
It has to be a troll, though.
Well, no,
Why?
because
No,
he
he
said
forgot to
me.
send it out
No.
on Friday.
he
Yeah.
said it was belated.
I'm
Yeah.
saying we could.
Well, I didn't see it. I must have gone to somewhere else because everybody's like, oh, happy birthday. I go, thank you.
I was like, we can Google.
Like, it's not today. But
Yeah, it's happy belated birthday.
They're sending like
AC.
they never. We don't get emails when somebody gets like fired or let go anymore because they say it's bad for morale. But we get birthday emails like we're all 7. I'm like, I don't need that. I didn't get it. I must have missed it or it went somewhere else. But everybody, when I walk in this morning, and Mondays everybody's here in the morning because there's big sales meetings. So I walk in on Monday morning. This morning, rather, it's like, hey, happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday. I'm like, oh, thank you. And then I'm like, well, it's not, what? And so I didn't know what was going on. And then somebody else said, oh, email. I go, oh, well, it's not, but thank you. I mean, listen, the intent is still sweet. I mean, they were fine, but I'm like, but it wasn't,
I will say, though, it is a perk having your boss being a public figure because when you need to find out his birthday, you could just Google him and it pops up on his little Wikipedia page.
Or ask me.
Aw.
But if I don't want to ask you, I
Yeah.
can just Google you.
So it's not in your phone.
No.
It's in my
But I
Um,
remembered because
yeah.
you were talking about it.
It's great. No, listen, like I said, when Dieter said this morning, I go, listen, man. He's like, oh, sorry. I go, no, I'm a grown man. It's fine. It's totally fine.
And if it makes
I
you
don't care. I mean, because on Friday when it was my birthday, there was nobody here because it's a
It
Friday.
was literally just us.
Yes, it was us, and then Rob was here in the morning. So he gave me a nice bottle of tequila, and it was like, that's fine. But it's like, I absolutely don't need that. I mean, it was, but it
Nobody's-
was just, it took me a minute this morning to figure out what the hell was going on. I'm like, what is happening around here? And then somebody's like, oh, can you send an email? I go, oh, okay.
That's a thing that people have their friends' birthdays in their phone because I have
I
nobody.
save everything.
I have
in my phone.
Yeah, I try-
everything
I
in
try
my
to
phone
do it,
because I
too.
will not remember. So I
Yes.
need to put everything in my phone.
I think it
From
automatically.
the mundane to the important, everything is in my calendar. Because
People-
otherwise, I have friends' children's birthdays in there
Dude,
because
I'm
I
the
will
exact
not
same way.
remember anything. As soon as somebody tells me something, I'll go, wait, when is that? If it's something that I know I'm going to need to remember, I go, when is that? And they'll tell me, I will put it right in my phone as we're talking about it because I'm like, I will not remember this.
Dude, I make notes throughout the year of things people mention that they might want like Christmas gifts. Like
Wow.
I
That's
am
a good idea.
I
It's a great
seriously, I have
idea.
a notes app that literally just says gift ideas, and then
Because you-
anytime someone mentions something, I take a note of it, so that way I'm
Because
like,
you
oh.
never fail to blow their minds.
Right. They're like, oh, I mentioned this in passing 6 years. And it sounds like I remember, but I'm like, if I didn't write it down, I would absolutely never remember. But I try
Well,
to
you remember
try
to write it
keep
down,
notes.
so that's
Yeah.
something.
I
mean,
try to keep track of it.
I don't think it's like just because you use something to assist your memory, I don't think that means you didn't remember. You had a bunch of things to pull from and go, oh, that's the thing that they really wanted.
Yeah.
I
It
think
just takes it
that's-
off
yeah.
your plate.
And
When
it
you
shows that
make
you
it up,
care.
you just take it off
Yeah.
your plate.
Yeah.
And then it pops up. I go, oh, hey, today's this.
I was gonna say, I think
I could really use some new plates.
You need plates.
For weightlifting or for dinner?
You know what?
That surprised me.
I have a whole box of plates.
No, I don't need
in
any
my
plates.
storage unit.
Actually, I don't need them.
Why don't you have plates?
They have
Someone else does.
they have lighthouses on them.
Okay.
If somebody's
You
into that,
you
It's a
don't
whole
have
dish
plates
set.
at your apartment?
No, I have plates. I don't need plates.
You said
Someone-
I could use some new plates.
No, I was just thinking of something silly to say to make Mary write it down. Then she'll give
Oh,
me plates
I
for
see.
Christmas.
I'll buy
see.
you plates for Christmas, and
And
you'll
then-
forget
and then-
this conversation.
And then I'll be like, I want plates. This is stupid. Give me a receipt.
Give me a receipt. I got to take a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192, you can watch at AlanCoxShow.com.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeart 100.7 WMMS.
Got another $1,000 for you. Right back in it. A shot for you to grab $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie. You get this about a baker's dozen chances every weekday. Next one here in about 7 minutes. So listen for that next keyword. It's brought to you by Jersey Mike's. $1,000 going right into your pocket right before the 4th of July holiday. Why not? Very exciting. Guardians end up only taking one in that series against Brewers over the weekend.
Did they get one?
Yeah, they got one, didn't they? I thought they got that first one. Oh, Saturday they won 4-2.
Okay.
So Brewers ended up taking 2 of 3 there. 5-4 was the loss yesterday. Guardians still under 500, I think. They head to Kansas City to play the Royals. Carlos, Beltran and the Royals. Brett Saberhagen and I don't know who the Royals have these days.
The Royals don't know who they have.
Zach Greinke is like the main guy they've got. Anyway, so the tomorrow night we'll begin the series in Kansas City against the Royals. That'll be an 8:10 first pitch here on MMS. Guardians have yet to win 40 games, so it's a little hot and cold right now. And then they'll head to Wrigley for a series against the Cubs before they come home and host the Atlanta Braves, who will probably mop the floor with them. Braves are a very good team right now. Hey, Ron.
Hey, how's it going? Happy belated birthday, Alan. Bill, thanks for getting the live stream going. And Mary,
Yes.
You guys may have not had sex on your anniversary dinner, but watching Brian eating the cheesecake, it looks like that was like the next best thing.
He said so they have this homemade cheesecake over at Marlboro. He said that it was the best thing he's ever tasted, like across the board. Not the best dessert, not the best cheesecake. He was literally, I posted a video on my Instagram as like a happy anniversary.
Yeah.
He couldn't speak. He was eating that cheesecake and he's like, I don't have words for how good this cheesecake is. So you're right.
I was watching it over and over and just laughing my ass off.
Yeah, we didn't have to have sex because Brian had cheesecake.
Yeah, that
Exactly.
cheesecake.
Yeah. But by the way, did you guys order for like 5 people? I
We
mean,
did.
the food you showed was like for a banquet.
It was, they were hooking it up a little bit, bringing us some happy anniversary appetizers and delicious desserts and things like that. But yeah, we definitely over-ordered. We had 3 to-go bags of food.
Three.
Yeah, I was gonna
3.
say, but,
I'm
yeah.
still eating
That's,
leftovers
if anybody
today.
hasn't but if anybody hasn't seen it, definitely check out that video of Brian eating that.
Of Brian
cheesecake.
eating cheesecake.
He's a big fan. Ron
Right.
likes it.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Yeah. You've got to see Mary's boyfriend eat cheesecake.
It's compelling.
Yeah. Best thing he's ever eaten, including Mary, according to her boyfriend.
100%.
There you
I
go.
tasted the
Yeah.
cheesecake and it was
That's
better
a long 3 years, boy.
than whatever I'm putting out.
Yeah.
That's how I felt
Yeah.
yesterday.
All right, guys. Thanks a lot.
All right. Thank you. There's Ron out in Willoughby. There you go.
What'd you get out
Uh,
yesterday?
I had ice cream at Ginny's out in like Chagrin Falls. I don't know.
Try
how
it
to say
again.
that. Chagrin Falls.
That's so cute down there.
Yeah. So we had ice cream there, and I got this. I think it was lemon blueberry parfait. It was a lemon blueberry parfait ice cream, and I had it in a cone. I'm like, oh my god! It was probably one of the greatest tastes I've ever tasted in my life. So that was up there. I haven't had Marble
Never been to
Roots cheesecake.
Chagrin Falls.
It's like a real cute little triangle down
It's like a little
downtown
Hallmark
area.
town, right?
It really is. It's shops and ice cream and there's the waterfall right there in downtown. It's really, really cute.
How'd you end up over there, Cody?
I was meeting. We were taking my friend's daughter to the park. So I was meeting up with my friend, and then her daughter just played in the park across the street. So we just got ice cream. It was
I
something to do.
remember ordering a bunch of pints of Jenny's one time, and Gwen was like, "What the hell are we gonna do with 8 pints of ice cream?" I go, it kind of got away from me a little bit. I was on their website, and I was like, "Well, that looks good. That looks good." Or I'll get these emails, or like, "Hey, and she's like, "What the hell are we gonna do with all these?" I go, I guess we'll eat them. I think we ate like half of them. The rest of them just got all chalky. I go, all right, lesson learned. I won't order half a dozen pints of ice cream and have them come in dry ice. And, I got a little excited. I like ice cream, and I don't eat it that often.
Jenny's makes a really good vegan. They do great non-dairy
That's what she
flavors.
eats. So
Yeah.
that's how it got away from me. It's like, she ate some of that, and then I just got the regular stuff. And
If I'm not mistaken, I think they had a type of breakfast ice cream. Like they said
bacon and eggs ice cream.
no, it was something like that. It was like a biscuit. It was like everything that would be served on. I forget what the name
Biscuits
of it was.
and gravy ice cream. Now we're talking.
They had like biscuits, and they said there was like onions and stuff in it. I was like,
Ew.
I'm really interested.
Everything bagel ice cream?
They do have that.
that's what that sounds
Everybody's
like.
trying to like flip the script on ice
There's
cream.
that ranch ice cream that came out a couple months ago that wasn't a hit.
Yeah, it was something like that.
Ranch ice cream.
Yeah, everything bagel.
Maple soaked pancakes. They've got that. They've got cinnamon roll. But you're talking about like, Eggs Benedict ice cream or whatever. Chilaquiles ice cream. Yum.
Yeah, I'd never had Jenny's before. It was pretty
It's pretty
damn
good. I think it's out of Columbus, and it's an Ohio ice cream.
It's Columbus.
With your affinity for Columbus Poundcake, I'm surprised you had never had Jenny's before.
No, but Cleveland is a big ice cream town because we got now I'm aware of Jenny's, and then there's Mitchell's that everyone raves about, and then when I lived over by Edgewater, we used to go to what was the ice cream place over there that's like very old timey, almost looks like Willy Wonka on the inside.
I don't know.
Something chocolate or something.
Something chocolate. I don't know.
I forget.
Moses? Sweet Moses?
Sweet Moses, that's what it was. Sorry. Sweet
Yeah, something
Moses.
chocolate.
In Gordon Square is where that was.
Sweet Moses. Yeah, we used to go there all the time, and the line was
That was a good
out of the
place.
door.
Yeah. But yet they just couldn't make it, couldn't keep it open.
Really? It closed?
Closed a while ago.
Yeah.
Damn.
I think it was COVID that shut it down.
I guess. I mean, but you didn't even know they're closed, Poundcake. That's how much you liked it.
But I hadn't lived like I went because I lived over there. I don't really go to Mitchell's that much either. It's not a bad ice cream, but I don't live by a Mitchell's. So
Plus, you can
don't
just
go.
get it in the grocery store.
And what ice cream's right around here? I want ice cream now.
Heinen's, they sell Mitchell's.
And they have you can go get fresh scoop, not just the frozen
Oh.
pints. They can, if there's some, I don't know if that's.
They
a certain
will
kind.
might just
scoop
do it.
it fresh.
Might just do a Shake Shack shake.
There
I
you
haven't
go.
been to Shake Shack yet. It's right across the street. I haven't been in
You
the
should've
Marble
gone there
Room.
for your
I haven't
dinner.
gone to Shake Shack. I haven't. Man,
I've still
gotta,
never been to Marble Room either.
I got to catch up.
Yeah, I've never been to Marble Room. Maybe that'd be me and my boys' year.
When will that be?
April.
Next April. April.
Hey, at least he's optimistic.
Mhm.
He's glass half full about the whole thing. April. Ooh, that's a haul, son.
Yeah, you think we're putting the cart before the horse there?
No.
I don't know. Which one of you is the cart and which one's the horse?
Well,
That new bottom top terminology.
yes, that's exactly what it is.
What the old-timey gays would refer to.
Yeah.
You know, putting the cart before the horse, it depends on which straw we draw, and then I'll tell
Classic cart.
I'll tell Melvin what to do. I got to give you some money here. I'm happy to do it, too. It's another chance. We're right back into it. Day one here, or our next round of grabbing money from the Buzzard bookie. So you got plenty of chances to win some of this money. I hope you do listen closely, and good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Credit. That's credit. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
I was reading a story about Vanna White. You know, Pat Sajak has announced his retirement, I think, after this season. And Vanna White, his longtime cohort there, who graduated from turning the letters to touching the letters so that they light up. And I'm wondering if this gambit that she's pulling now is smart or not. I can't quite get a feel for it. Now that Pat Sajak is retiring, Vanna White has said, if you want me to stay, I need more money. She's been with him since 1982. The two of them have done that show. He's 10 years older than she, but they've done that show for 41 years together. And part of the thumbs up part of this is like, well, that audience probably loves her. The thumbs down part is Pat Sajak has kept Vanna White on that show. And I'm not sure that I can't tell if she's overstating her value to the program. Because my thought was, listen, they're just going to get Seacrest to replace Pat Sajak, and they'll probably just throw in Pat Sajak's daughter in the Vanna White spot. You get a couple of new generation hosts or whatever. I can't see Seacrest and Vanna White. It seems lopsided. Now there are people who say, I don't even watch Wheel of Fortune. I'm one of those people. But I'm always curious what people's thoughts are when it comes to, hey, if you want to keep me, give me more money. She's in the middle of negotiating her contract.
You should just make her the host.
I don't think people want to see her as the host. And I don't think she wants to be the host.
But she doesn't have a job. right now.
Right, but what I'm saying
Like
is
they don't need
her
her at all.
That's what I'm saying. She's been the number 2 for 4 decades. That's not somebody who's angling for the top gig. So she's like, hey, if I'm assigned a new deal, I want a pay raise. Now, under normal circumstances, it would be assumed that if you're signing a new deal, it's coming with a bump, right? But you can't assume that anymore. You just can't assume it anymore just because of the way pay structures are. And like, now this is a little different because it's a syndicated show. It's massive. It's still Prince money. But she hasn't had a raise in 20 years.
Whoa.
Oh, yeah.
But she gets $3 million a year and he makes way more than that. He makes like 15, 20. She gets $3 million a year. But she's not doing anything.
She's paying to stay attractive. That's her job.
Well, but she's also part of it.
She's part of
You
it.
know, like that,
but if I
they
were
go
getting
hand in hand.
if I were getting $3 million and 20 years ago, I don't know what she's making before that, but if I were getting $3 million a year, remember, these shows shoot all their episodes in about 3 months. And then you're off the rest of the year. They bank them all out. So your shooting schedule is crazy for about 90 days. So she's basically getting $1 million a month and going, hey, if you guys want to. So it's only because she will now be the only familiar face on that show. And if you have the olds watching that show, which I assume is still, they don't get old people for their contestants, but I assume that those are the people who are primarily watching that show. But I don't know. Back in the day, she was like on Playboy, and she did host for him when he had a surgery a few years back, like pre-pandemic. He had to get like a.
There you go.
I don't know what he got.
I say, let her host. Give her the $15 million a year. Let her host.
Yeah, but she's not saying she wants to host. She's like, I want to make more money for what I'm doing now, which is what everyone wants, mind you. Every single person working goes, I want to make more money for doing the exact same job. Unless you want a new job that will normally come with more money. But everybody, provided you like your job, even if you hate your job, imagine you hate your job and you go, I'd like to make more money. Everybody would like to make more money.
Yeah.
Because no one's ever paid what they're worth, no matter what you do. If you're a welder, if you're doing this, no one's paid what they're worth.
What about when people are paid more than they're worth?
Like who?
Billionaires.
CEOs of companies?
CEOs.
I'm not talking about that.
CEOs of
Bosses.
companies, like athletes that get like a big contract and then completely underperform.
Well,
Or
things
sit
like
on the
that.
bench.
yeah, but you can't always predict that either. I'm talking about
Or
people.
athletes that are in litigation when you give them a big giant contract like that and they can't play 13 games.
Well, that's not his fault. I mean, that's the company's, that's the Browns' fault. That's not his fault. Anybody that goes, hey, we'll throw you a giant bag of money and we'll just push all the litigation to the side, everyone would grab that. But I mean, like in just your standard kind of largely merit-based jobs, it's a wild situation. Michael Jordan, we're talking about how he is selling his portion of the Charlotte Hornets. And he will make more money in that deal than he has in the entirety of his Nike endorsements.
Yeah.
So over the course of the entire time that he has endorsed Nike, he's made about $1.8 billion over 40 years, right, for the Air Jordan.
Oh my God.
Selling his share of the Charlotte Hornets, he'll make more than that in like that one deal because when he bought his, professional sports teams have just exploded in worth. Even if it's a terrible team, it's still worth a lot of money.
Which is insane.
It's wild. That's why they keep turning stadiums into amusement parks because they're like, hey, even if people,
even if they don't want to watch the game, that we want them in the building.
short the stock. Like, hey, even if
Or
they're
if your kid gets bored.
walking around, yeah.
Inning 2.
Yep.
Here's a whole play
There's a
place
playground.
for you guys
There
to
you
hang
go.
out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I guess the team is worth about $3 billion, and he'll pull about $2 billion from that. So that will be his
Pretty
profit.
good investment. Good job, Michael.
Yeah, since he spent like 6 figures on his portion some 20
Now-
years ago. Or
Not
whenever it
6
was.
figures. He
I thought he
like
spent
600 million.
when he bought his portion. I thought it was $275 million.
275 million. So
Okay.
that's a real good return.
No.
That's a real good return.
Right, but what I'm
investment.
saying is
Holy crap.
but it was like with another group, he only paid $25 million of his own money.
And he's getting that much. Wow.
Yes.
Oh, that's good for him.
Because when he bought the Hornets, they had a lot of debt. So he was like, look, we'll take some of this on, blah, blah, like all this, corporate crap goes. It will take some of the debt and then blah, blah, blah.
Who do you think's going to buy us?
Who, iHeart?
Yeah.
I don't know. Who cares? Are we for sale?
I mean, everything's for sale eventually.
Well, yeah, I guess. I don't know.
I don't
So
know what
many
the
people-
timeline is, but, by the time we're done broadcasting in our lifetime, or by the time, we're in our 50s, 60s, 70s.
I'm in my 50s.
By the time you're in your 80s, 90s, 100s,
Yeah.
there's going to be 2 corporations that own everything. It's going to be Amazon and Disney, and that's it.
Right. No, I mean, for the number of companies that have made a run at iHeart just over the past 5 or 6 years and not gotten anywhere, I don't know. Don't know. But, yeah, I don't know.
Okay, so I don't have.
Maybe Michael Jordan will buy it.
I was
There
going
we
to say,
go. Buy us,
maybe
Michael.
this will come as a shock to you guys. I don't have $275 million. I don't know if you knew that or not.
I mean, you're eating at the Marble Room. What the hell do I know?
My goodness. It would be worth it if I did. I have about $2,000. What do you think I could invest for $2,000 and get back $2 billion?
Oh, I don't think you can get. I think you could get a good return on that $2,000. I don't think you'll get $2 billion.
Are you sure?
All right. Yes. All right. But I'll get you $1 billion. Give me that $2,000 right now.
Yeah, right.
And then, how long was that Jordan had?
How long did he have the Hornets?
Yeah.
Like 20 years.
Yeah.
So if I
20
give
years.
you $2,000 now, you'll
Mhm.
give me $1 billion in 20 years.
Maybe.
No, that's not how that works.
Maybe.
No, I'll give you 90% odds, like 90% chance I'm gonna give you $1 billion in 20 years.
But there's a 10% chance you won't.
Yeah.
It's that last 10%.
Come on, you're a gambler. How can you turn down those odds?
Come on, man. I'm your friend.
The
I'm on
odds are
your
good.
team.
The odds are good.
Also, give me
Except they're not.
give me your car as well.
Those odds are not very likely. Those are good odds, objectively.
2,000 into $1 billion?
Yeah, they're not likely that he will do that.
Well, that's
90%.
right.
Alan, whose side are you on?
I'm
Mine.
on the side of the little guy
Thanks, Alan. Appreciate you.
or the little girl.
Hmm.
All right, 1,500, $500,000, 10 years.
Maybe. Is that a 95% chance?
We'll go 97%.
Oh, my God. This seems like, let me call Brian real quick. This seems
Don't
like an
call Brian.
No, I was going to say,
If I told Brian, Bill
We
said
gotta do
if I
this
give
now,
him
man. We gotta do this now.
$1,500.
Yeah, there's people that are hitting me up already on the live stream. They're like, I want to make this deal. I only can get so many investors. If you don't pull the trigger now, you're gonna miss out on a
Okay,
billion
but
and a half dollars.
What is the investment? Can I know what the company is?
It's
Or is it a surprise?
a corporation. It's a big old corporation.
Okay.
And they make all the stuff.
Everything.
Yeah.
So Amazon too.
Bill's not looking
Yeah.
for investors who are going to ask a lot of questions, is what he's.
Well, see, that's
And
why
since
he
Mary's
picked me.
perfect, she doesn't ask follow-up
Yeah,
questions.
I've asked more questions in the last 20 seconds than I've asked in the last 5
Yes,
years.
you have.
Yeah,
And she's
you
still
lost
pulling
your
her
shot. You
checkbook
lost
out.
Your chance.
I lost my chance.
Yeah. Now I can get you back in. But you got
$1,000
no. We're back to $2,000.
because I lost my chance at $1,500.
Yes. It's gonna be 21 years,
Okay,
and you're going to get $6 billion out of it.
I'm in. Where do
All
I
right.
sign?
Just Venmo me $2,000.
Okay, I don't think you can do that much money on Venmo. But
Oh, you can.
okay, I'll try.
You just have to do it in increments.
Yeah.
But the
Brian's-
total will be the same.
Brian's gonna be like, "Did you go to the casino?" I'll be like, "Actually, Bill promised. This is better odds than a slot machine."
It's
Okay.
really good odds.
There you go.
You can't turn down those odds. Should I take a gig leading a church service?
Listen, Bill. It's an investment.
Yeah.
You could take that gig and then get paid in your soul being saved.
Yeah.
What's that word I'm looking for?
Salvation?
Salvation. You could get paid in salvation.
Yeah.
There you go.
You might be anointed with the Holy Ghost.
There you go.
can't
Put all
put a
your money in
price
stuff
on
that
that.
doesn't exist. It's like crypto.
It's worth what people will pay.
That's right. It's anything. I'll stick with my index fund. Thank you very much. All right, I got to take a break. If you want to send a text, maybe you want to ask Bill about investment opportunities.
I got all the big investment opportunities. Send me the money first, ask questions later.
35192, you want to text, you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Rover's Morning Glory.
So, Dieter, you go out to talk to station management about this colon cancer.
The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos Tequila and Whiskey Studios.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
All right, I want to go see Fall Out Boy. It's Mary's favorite band. She'll be there. Fall Out Boy with special guest Bring Me the Horizon. It's going to happen on Tuesday night, July the 18th, out at Blossom. It's part of the Minutemen concert series. Tickets, info, everything else, go to livenation.com. Caller 10, want to go? These are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Alan Cox. He's been asked to leave on multiple occasions.
Get out!
He does that whole, huh? I can't hear you. It's too loud in here thing.
100.7 WMMS.
We ended the metal show on Saturday night with Bring Me the Horizon. Aren't they a British band? I don't know. Pretty good, though. But I'll have those tickets for you all this week. You want to go see Fall Out Boy out there at Blossom. 35192, you want to send a text in here. That is where I will see it. If you want to watch live, you can do that at alancoxshow.com. Who's helping out today? Clorky Bootsworth. Thank you so much, Clorky, for your assistance today. Hey, must have been fun shopping at the North Olmsted Giant Eagle when you start to hear shots pop off.
Oh, man. I heard
Oh,
about
what a
that
good
story.
time. There's a murder-suicide. Clean up on aisle something. They determined that it was a guy. He came to kill his estranged wife. A couple of people in their 60s. I guess better than a random mass shooting, because that's the first thing you think now, because everybody's armed. Nobody needs to be permitted or anything like that. So these days, it can just whatever sets somebody off. Hey, these peaches are no good. That's where my brain goes when I see the headline about. But anyway, I shouldn't even say his estranged wife. They had been divorced for 2 decades.
Jeez.
So that's what you want, is a guy who can't let go and is heavily armed. Bernard Smith of Cleveland was 60, and his wife was a checker at Giant Eagle there. She'd been there a little over 3 years. 63-year-old Susan Pedersen of Olmsted Township.
This just means they're going to get rid of even more cashiers.
They had been divorced in 2004, and the police chief said, "We don't believe it was a very amicable divorce."
No.
There's some of that quality sleuthing going on.
That is some good police work right there.
And, well, it's pounding the pavement, knocking on doors, good, solid police work. We don't believe it was an amicable divorce, and this is potentially what may have led up to it, said the chief of police there in North Olmsted. So, yeah, this was a 20-year slow burn. This happened at about 9:30 in the morning yesterday,
That's
right?
too
Yesterday
early
morning.
to be that mad.
Dude, people wake up mad.
I know. I had such a good weekend, and just I've been having a good time lately, and just when I realize how lucky I am to be able to do things that I love, to earn a living, and then just really have a very enjoyable life, it just makes me so incredibly thankful. And then you see things like this, and you're just like, man, there's people that are they're so miserable,
Hate
and
their life.
sad. Yeah, and
All
it's-
the time, though.
all the
Like, it
time.
never-
Yeah, it never ends.
Blaming other people for their problems, which is what happens in a murder-suicide.
I blame other people for my success.
Blame. This is your fault.
Yeah, that's to the haters out there. Oh, you don't like that I'm successful? Blame the people watching.
Well,
listening.
that's why we call Bill our mass shooter of positivity.
Let's not do that.
You don't like that?
No, I don't
Is
like
that bad
one.
branding?
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
okay.
not great branding.
Well, we'll workshop it again. So the guy walks in. Boy, you figure after 20 years, even if you had a non-amicable divorce, you figure after 20, and I doubt that in a situation like this there was radio silence between the two of them for 20 years, but let's say there was. Imagine that. You think you're probably out of the clear after 20 years. They said there were about 67 employees and about 200 customers inside the store at the time. So it's very sad and gross and everything else. The guy walks in and takes care of his ex-wife that way, I guess. And 9:30 in the morning, too, you figure a lot of people might be in church, which is why there's a lot of people who plow their way into churches with firearms on Sunday mornings. But they have a couple of hundred people there. Is that the one? That's the one by the Giant Eagle back there. It's kind of tucked in off of Lorraine a little bit, right? It's not far. It's not far from Great Northern. It's right. It's like across the street and down a little bit from Great Northern.
Yeah.
From the mall. That's the Giant Eagle.
Well, we went through a phase of shopping there because it's not too far from Berea because they had better produce than the Berea Giant Eagle. But Brian changed his mind when the Berea Giant Eagle got Mountain Dew Zero.
Is that the red one?
No, the zero sugar one.
Ah.
So it's like Diet Mountain Dew, but it's supposed to taste better.
Gotcha.
But what I'm saying is that we usually do our grocery shopping on Sundays, so Brian very well could have been there had they had Mountain Dew Zero.
You guys still do big shops?
It depends.
That seems to be like a thing of the past, at least for us. I don't ever see people with like big, full carts anymore.
Brian's a vegetarian.
Yeah.
And we're both trying to eat healthier. So a lot of what we buy is produce. So we do
right, but you also got to time that out because
Right.
produce goes in like 48 hours.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So we'll do shops on Sundays for like we drink a lot of, canned bubbly and pop and things like that. That stuff doesn't go bad, but we'll do like a Sunday shop for things for the week and then we'll do another shop Wednesday or Thursday.
Are you meal prepping or you're just planning for the week?
Well, both, because we always have a ton of fresh fruit as far as snacks go. So we have like right now we have apples, 2 different kinds of apples, strawberries, cherries, grapes, and bananas. So we have 5 different types of fruit just right now. So that'll probably get us through till Wednesday or Thursday, and then we'll go again to get more fruit and stuff for the weekend when Blake's there.
Honey, we're out of bananas.
Yeah.
Does he eat it out of the little holder?
Yes, he does. Okay. He doesn't go naked Nana like you do.
All right. Well, my wife was perplexed by this as well. She goes, what's the thing with the... Because I had, maybe about a week or so ago, I had posted a photo of me holding a naked banana, just to rile up the naysayers.
Right, you got to get, it's your brand.
You know what it is, Bill? They call that engagement.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, Gwen goes, I don't get it. And I go, everybody busts my balls because I eat bananas,
including
bare.
Jason.
And she goes, yeah, why do you do that? And I go, well, because it's basically a matter of where is there a garbage. I'm either going to throw it away now or I'm going to throw it away later. And if I hang on to it and need to throw it away later, there's nothing worse than walking around with a banana peel because you don't. She's like, there's a garbage right in our kitchen. I go, no, I'm talking about like if I'm somewhere and I have a banana, I'm going to peel it, throw away the peel, and then eat my banana. It's not contingent on where I am. But if you're holding an empty banana peel, that's why so many of them end up on the ground. People just throw them on the ground. And then, of course,
people slip.
Hilarity can, of course, ensue. But that's my thought, is always it's just contingent on my proximity to a receptacle. Because this way, I throw it right away, and I don't have to worry about walking around later on like a dummy holding a banana peel. That's my explanation to my wife. I'm probably overthinking it, but I mean, I'm surprised when you're walking around in public sometimes how few garbage cans there are.
I think
it's
that
the
too.
opposite.
No, because there have been plenty of times where I've wanted to throw something away and I'm standing around like, what the hell?
Let me tell you the theory. There's always a ton of garbage cans when you don't have anything to throw away. I feel like I see them all the time. I'm bumping into them. They're just everywhere.
Wait, you can't get out of the way? You're bumping into them?
Because it just seems like there's so many when I don't have anything to throw away. Now, as soon as I have something that I need to throw away, they are all gone. There's not a garbage can anywhere in this city or any nearby city.
There's never been a garbage can.
There's never been a garbage can. It was a
That sounds like anecdotal evidence to me.
Imagination. But doesn't it seem like that when you need to throw something away, there's never a garbage can, but you're like,
that's why I don't want to walk around with an empty banana peel.
But a banana peel is not garbage.
It is.
Compost.
You can throw it on the
It's
floor.
literally refuse. Nobody eats the peel.
Yeah,
throw it in the woods.
Throw it in the woods.
The woods downtown Cleveland.
Yes.
Throw it in the planter over there.
What plant? What? I'm gonna throw refuse into the flower planter.
The flowers
Refuse.
need it. It'll break
Nitrogen.
down.
Something about nitrogen. probably.
Great.
Nitrogen.
Then wherever the garbage goes, they can worry about it then. I'll let the garbage people
It's
worry about that.
biodegradable and it biodegrades fast.
Yes, that's what everyone tells themselves when they're just throwing things in the
When
streets.
when you throw,
It biodegrades. All of a sudden, everybody's an environmental scientist when they're talking about their banana peels.
about a
in
banana
public.
peel, it's not a plastic bag. I wouldn't
But
throw
it's
a plastic bag.
just throw it away. Just throw it in the garbage. And nobody else cares about the earth. Oh, they just care about the earth when they've got garbage in their hand. They go, throw it in the dirt. It'll
I'm not gonna lie.
biodegrade.
If I have any, like, if I'm eating an apple in my car and I get to the core part of it, I throw it out the window.
Yeah, that's
Are
what you
you
do
a
with banana.
maniac?
It's an apple core.
So it's garbage.
So like a raccoon will eat
Throw
it or
it-
something.
Oh my God, your boyfriend's a garbage man.
I know what he is.
He's a recycle man.
Yeah.
Same thing, right? Same universe.
So what are you trying to say?
What I'm saying is, wouldn't he tell you not to do that?
No, because it is food.
It's food.
An,
that you-
an animal will eat an apple core.
And so the people, let's say you're driving through a neighborhood, you've got an apple core, throw it out.
No,
the
no,
people
no,
who
no.
live there are going to love
No,
that you're
I don't
bringing all the
throw-
boys to the
no,
yard with your
I
dumb
don't-
apple cores.
I don't throw it at people's houses.
I didn't say at the houses. You throw it in the street. Next
No.
thing, these people who live there, you're just passing through their neighborhood. They've all of a sudden, why do we have so many cats and raccoons in our neighborhood?
First of all, cats don't eat apples. You don't know
Cats
anything
and
about cats.
raccoons aren't.
Second of all,
you guys got an answer for everything,
This
don't you?
isn't- I don't do this
It's
in-
garbage.
can you stop?
Yes.
I don't do this in residential neighborhoods. I live
That's a highway thing.
in I literally will wait until I'm in like a wooded area, and I live in Berea
Why don't you wait until you're home and put it in the garbage
because
can?
maybe the deer wants a treat. Alan, you
Why
ever
are
think
you
about
trying
that?
to attract deer
I'm
to
not,
your...
No. Again, this is not a residential area. I'm saying if I'm in the metro parks, I will toss an apple core out my window thinking a fox or deer or raccoon or something will eat
Are
that.
you frequently driving through the metro parks?
Yes. Have you been to Berea? Literally,
I
the
guess-
main drag through Berea is the metro parks.
Okay.
Where I live.
I guess I haven't gone through the metro parks. I actually have to go to Berea this week for something.
Where are you coming? You coming over?
I'm not
Come on
coming
over, man.
over. I'm gonna
Come
what?
hang out.
I'm gonna walk through your apple core minefield just to
Yes.
come over and hang out. No thanks.
Brian has his drum set up.
Listen,
You can play the drums.
I guess my take is, it's garbage.
It's
So
not
throw-
garbage though. It's an apple.
But if
It's
you're
not like
eating,
I'm taking a
if you're-
paper bag and throwing it out the window.
but it's still refuse.
It's
you're not
different.
Yes, biology wise, it is.
Right.
Yes, but it's still garbage because you're getting
No.
rid of it.
An apple will go back into the earth. A plastic
In a
cup
matter
or
of
a,
days.
or a aluminum
I
can will not.
understand that. That doesn't make it not garbage. You're like, I eat an entire apple. Okay, if I eat an apple, I eat the core and
See?
everything,
Then
right?
why you want me to start bringing them to work for you? Bring
No,
my
I
apple
don't eat
cores in
other
for you?
people's cores.
I don't know. Be more specific.
Let's start bringing it out on all our
Say all
apple
our
cores.
apple cores.
Listen, I'll start eating a lot of apples.
I eat
just,
apples like 3 or 4 days a week, honestly.
just to bring the apple cores in for Alan.
I'm gonna get my fill of apples. Thank you. I eat plenty. Bringing in a plastic grocery bag full of apple cores. Here you
They're all
go, Alan.
brown
You didn't
and
want us
stinky.
throwing these in the woods.
It's garbage, but it's garbage that will go away quickly.
I
and it's fine.
understand that,
And
but
so
it's still garbage.
Well, I say throw it in the woods, throw it in the grass.
I don't feel bad about throwing or like if it's like
I'm not saying you
fresh
should feel bad.
food.
I'm just saying everybody all of a sudden is a conservationist out of convenience. They're
Yeah.
like, oh, it's good for the landscape. Oh, it is? What if you go back a week later and nothing has eaten that apple core? Because even the animals are like, wait, you couldn't give me a friggin' apple slice?
it's going
You
to
leave me a
degrade
core?
back into the ground.
Are there animals that
It's
are
still gonna
eating
break down.
cores?
There's nothing wrong with an apple being on the ground.
That's
in
fine.
the woods.
That's fine. But you know, there's all kinds of people who throw whatever they have in
Right,
the
but
car
we're not
out the
talking
window.
about
I
that.
know.
We're talking about food that
I regard-
biodegrades.
I regard
quickly.
it all the same. Don't throw crap
it's
out
not
of your
the same.
window. I'm not saying it is. We've
What-
established
you
that
are
there's-
saying it is.
No.
You're literally saying it is.
Listen to me. We have already, many minutes ago, established that an apple core is not a plastic bag. All I'm saying is I don't like the idea of people just throwing crap out their windows as they're driving. Just put it in the garbage when you get home. It's not an inconvenience. That apple core is not inconveniencing you in the car.
But what if you're saving that hungry deer's life?
Correct.
How so?
They've never eaten.
They're so hungry.
There's already
then they eat.
there's already too many deer and too little food.
No.
That's why deer in our neighborhood are eating all my plants.
What if the deer?
Well, then I'll keep the deer away from your plants by feeding them apple cores.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's how deer work.
You don't know how deer work.
Yeah, I have plenty of them around. They will, and so do you. If you live where you say you live, you have deer all over the place. Probably.
I know what I have. That's why I feed them.
Oh my God. Anyway.
Just yesterday, there was a squirrel. His name's Roger. He lives in our front yard. And I feed him trail mix. And Brian hates it because he's like, you're going to become one of these weird squirrel ladies. You have to stop before this happens. And I was like, what are you talking about? And he goes, I'm telling you.
Let me also say this to you. I think quite possibly you're literally not supposed to litter in the metro parks. And second,
it's not litter.
Just because it biodegrades does not mean. Did an apple core generate naturally there in the metro parks? No, it is someone's trash. It is someone's refuse. It is something someone threw away. No one is debating that it's biodegradable. Of course it is. It's organic material. That ain't the point. When you walk through the park, there's plenty of signs. Throw your crap in the garbage. They don't make the distinction. Hey, plastic bags go here, apple cores go on the ground. I've never seen a sign like that. Everybody's calling me a Karen. What do you want from me? I just think it's weird to throw crap out the window of your car. Just because you animals do it doesn't mean that it's a normal thing. That's all I'm saying.
I'm saying I don't feel bad if it's natural food. I'm not throwing chips or things like that.
I bet the deer you're so eager to feed would love some Cool Ranch Doritos.
They might. But like a whole natural item that comes from the earth, I don't feel bad putting it back on the earth.
All right.
Aluminum cans? No. Plastic bags? No.
Alan, do you bag up your grass clippings? I do, as a matter of fact. Next.
Dude, grass clippings smells so bad.
Well, they create they create like an ammonia if you let them sit in like bags, or you got to do it like right before they're going to go out. Because
so our trash comes Monday, gets picked up Monday, and Brian usually mows the lawn on Saturdays. And in those 2 days of it sitting in the trash can, hot and stinky, it makes me want to throw up.
It's bad news.
It's disgusting.
You poison yourself if you keep that thing open.
Well, and he's like, it's literally decomposing.
Yes.
Like it's
giving off
was
gases
alive and now it is not. Yeah.
All right. Everything that I'm looking up is just like this Alan version of being right, where it's just like, yeah, it's still litter and blah, 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 but I still don't like it.
No, listen, I'm not telling.
That's my way of saying you win.
And don't, no, but don't mistake me here. If I saw Mary do that, it's not like I'd say so. If I saw somebody throw an apple core on the ground, it's not like I'd say something.
You'd like make her run over and pick it up.
No,
he's shaking his
like,
fist.
like
you old crone.
No, I'm not.
Like pull over her, like go get it.
I am no core shamer. Bill in Lakewood, hello.
Hey, Al, take the show.
Thank you.
Boy, that was quite an interesting conversation on apples.
Oh, it ain't over.
Mary, if you want to win, I think you should drive by Al's house and toss an apple core and then text him. That'd be funny. But getting back to the giant eagle thing,
no,
that is beyond scary nowadays. No matter where you live now, people are popping guns out. The guy did it right at the cash register.
Well, that's where his ex-wife
Well, he did it at the cash register and then used self-checkout.
Oh, how about I guess that's the final checkout for his wife and him.
All right, thank you. Hey, Leslie.
Hi, I am really sorry because I think that I'm on a delay using the app, and I don't know if you guys talked about this with regards to the apple cores, but the big reason why you shouldn't throw them on the side of the road and just let it decompose is it'll attract animals that are prey animals, and then that attracts bigger apex predators like owls, which are really important to the ecosystem, and they can get hit by cars, and that's how you end up with the animals that end up going to Cleveland Museum of Natural History or to like the Raptor Center that like are missing eyes, broken wings, and can't be reintroduced back into the population.
Listen, as a bird rescuer, Leslie, I can, okay, I'll take your word for all that. I mean, nobody is going to go that far down that rabbit hole and think about that, and Mary's trying to attract animals.
I'm not. I'm literally not. I'll fight you, dude.
Hey, Greg.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Let me get off speaker here. How you doing?
Thank you. Good. What's up?
I hate the show.
Thank you.
You said it different than other people.
That's good. That's the way I like it. That's the OG way to do it.
I got a question for you. Lay it on me. So when you cut your grass, what do you do with your grass?
I just talked about this. I bag up the clippings. I rake them and bag them.
I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. I just got out of work and I'm.
It's okay. It's all right.
Okay. So what do you do with the garbage when you cut your grass?
What do you mean?
What do you do with the grass when you're done cutting it?
Bag it up.
And do what with it?
Put it on the tree lawn.
For where? I mean, is it you put it in with your garbage, or do you put it in for them to pick up separately?
No, in those paper bags for lawn clippings.
Okay. And so what you're telling me that your grass is not garbage.
Greg, what's your point? That's what these
My
bags are
point-
made
my
for.
point
You
is
asked me
that
if
the
that's what I
apple
do,
is
and that's
not-
what I do.
An apple is not garbage, just like grass is not garbage.
Until it
has to be in a
decomposes,
separate
it doesn't instantaneously decompose. I'm also not throwing all my grass clippings out of the car window as I'm driving.
Maybe you should.
What's your
I
point?
understand, but you're saying that an apple or a banana peel should be put in the garbage.
Animals are not going to eat grass.
Well, you've never met a cow.
I understand that, but it's a plant, just like an apple core or a banana. It's grass. It's not
Right, but Greg,
garbage.
the lady who just called and said it attracts all these animals, it's no good, blah, blah, blah. Grass does not attract animals to eat. There are a lot of hungry deer out there. Listen, we've really gone, thank you, Greg. I got to move on. We've really gone way off the reservation
I can
here.
name an animal that eats grass.
I'll circle fully back and then I'll move on. I was just surprised to hear that you were throwing apple cores out the window.
Here's what I'm going to say to you. One animal that you care about, an enormous amount eats grass, and that's one contented little Grace. Alan, do you ever think about her?
Contented little Grace,
Do you ever think about her?
Mary died 40 years ago.
She would have eaten
all right?
grass.
She, I don't know.
She has 4 stomachs specifically to eat grass.
I don't know what she would have done. I was just surprised that you, I don't know why I was surprised. I mean, I don't know.
But she
Chucking apple cores out the window.
She would have loved an apple core.
Yeah. All right. How about this? Do what I do. Start eating a whole apple.
No.
Best parts in the core and the seeds anyway. That's all the nutrients are. Come on, Mary.
No.
All right.
I'm drinking Dr. Pepper right now.
All
You
right.
care about the nutrients.
Hey,
in
listen, none of
apple
us are
seed.
perfect, man. What do you want, right? We're all just trying to get by. I got a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192. I'll have passes for you if you want to join us on the very last Alan Cox Show night on the Cleveland Funny Bus. It's this Wednesday night. Poundcake will be your host, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your
you want to get on board the Funny Bus, Cleveland Funny Bus has been a great time. We've done an Alan Cox Show night on it every Wednesday in May, every Wednesday in June, but it is coming to an end. Wednesday night, Poundcake will be your host. And local comedians are your tour guides. It really is a blast. BYOB, go to funnybus.net for the details. Pretty sure this Wednesday is sold out, but I'll have tickets for you today and tomorrow. So get this pair to join us on the Cleveland Funny Bus with Poundcake Wednesday night. Caller 10, good luck, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Studies show that listening to classical music can temporarily raise your IQ.
I feel pretty smart.
If you're looking for the opposite effect, just stay tuned.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Well, apparently I'm the dick in this whole throwing apple cores out the window thing. Who knew? Well, fortunately, I don't take my...
The thing is,
I
even
don't
though
take
you're
my
a dick,
cues.
you are right.
I was to say, you're technically right, but no one agrees with you.
That's a story of my life. Technically right, nobody agrees with me. What can I do?
You get caught littering with anything, you're talking $500 fine and cleaning up a stretch of highway. Won't that be fun?
And see Mary out there in like the yellow vest, and I can't imagine that anybody ever gets caught littering on the highway though. Like because it's got to be.
How could you?
There's a cop right there when you throw an apple core out or whatever. I mean, so again, yes, technically true, but again, I'm just saying I abide by the signs that say "Leave no trace." I'm trying to be that guy, so I don't throw things that I'm finished with. Organic or inorganic. I go, done with this, out the window it goes. But that's just me. I don't know what to tell you. I got another $1,000 for you. Let's say you did get pinched for littering, right? You could spend that $500 and you'd have $500 left over, courtesy of the Buzzard bookie. So that next keyword here in about 4 or 5 minutes. There's going to be another key drop, by the way. Stansbury did one on Friday. There's another one coming this Friday from 5 to 7. I'm not sure who's going to be there. I don't know if Stansbury's going to be there. I don't know if Dieter's going to be there. But it's about 10 chances to get one of these keys for the Buzzard bike. We're giving away this custom Harley wrapped for the Buzzard, courtesy of Budweiser. Go to WMMS.com for the full details. But if you strike out with any of us during the week, there's a bunch of chances for you on site at the Happy Moose. If you go to Happy Moose on Reynolds Road in Menor, that'll be this Friday from 5 to 7. I will have your Buzzard bike key today around 4:10, if that's of any interest to you. We have a lot of bureau chiefs in the great city of Tucson, Arizona. I have a nephew that lives in Tucson. He's an airline mechanic, and he's been in Tucson for a couple of years now. And the city of Tucson is offering people an opportunity to, the rise in like true crime podcasts, and everybody now is a junior detective because they listen to so many true crime podcasts. So the city of Tucson, the police department is looking for crime junkies, civilians that can help them solve crimes. People who are, their training consists of listening to a lot of other people talk about murder. There's actually a show on Peacock called Based on a True Story. Is anybody watching this? It's a half an hour of, it's Kaylee Cuoco, it's Chris Messina. It's a, I guess, dark comedy about a couple that starts a murder podcast, because that in this show is the premise is that's their get rich quick scheme, is starting a crime podcast, which is what a lot of people think that is I'll start a podcast, I'll get rich. It's why Bill got rich off the Bill Squire show. It's why Poundcake is very, very wealthy off of the Poundcake podcast.
See me after the show, because I'm going to ask you for money.
He's already trying to get $2,000. The only $2,000 I have. He's trying to steal it.
There you go. The Tucson Police Department is calling it a professional staff investigator. Sounds like one of those female body inspector T-shirts you see dudes wearing at the county fair.
Inspect my
Professional staff inspector, baby. You'd want that for your girl, of course. So they say it's an opportunity for civilians to fulfill their detective dreams. That's basically them going, yeah, we don't have a lot of people coming into the police academy anymore, so we're just asking people to help us do our jobs. Since police have been going to job fairs, one of the first questions people ask right out of the gate, this cop says, is, how do I sign up to be a detective? And this is what people think, because people don't really pay attention. People think, I'll just go do this job that I don't, they think here's a job I like, I'll just go do that. Rather than, well, you'd have to go through the police academy, and then you'd have to be a beat cop for 3 or 4 years, and then you would test to be a detective, to be eligible. And then people just go, how do I become a detective? Like getting out of college and going, how do I become the CEO of the company? Well, there's a lot of things you've got to go through. And so I guess City of Tucson's like, listen,
if you want to be the CEO,
we could corral these dummies who think they're detectives and just put them to work out there. Maybe we can do something there.
And if you want to be a CEO, it's very important that you work really hard at being born into the right family.
That helps.
That helps.
Boy, does that help.
tremendously.
That's 99%. Yeah. You know how they say...
if you want to be a detective, a good thing to do is when you get to the crime scene with your
touch
partner...
everything.
No, touch nothing, but walk around and just say the S word for poop a bunch of times while you notice different things in the crime scene area. Learn that from a little show called...
I Think You Should Leave?
No, not that one.
Law and Order?
No, not that
Law
one.
Renata?
Not Law and Order.
The
well,
Wire.
it would have to be
the
a show.
Baltimore one.
The Wire.
The Wire.
The Wire.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
That's the one scene I remember.
I was going to say it would have to be, I guess, a show with cursing in it, not a network show.
Maybe he got taken for a ride.
The Wire. Stringer Bell. Avon Barksdale. And Jimmy McNulty. All at loggerheads. So anyway, City of Tucson, and who knows, maybe this pilot program will spread out to the rest of the country. Hey, do you listen to a lot of crime podcasts? Mary reads all these murder books.
I finished another one this weekend.
She finds herself in the city of
Who did
Tucson,
it this
Arizona.
time?
She could walk right up and go, hey, listen, I am here to be a temporary professional staff investigator. And they say, oh, great. Do you have a CV? What are your qualifications? I read a lot of murder books.
A lot of figure mouths over here.
And based on what the Tucson police are saying, they go, step right up.
Who's the murderer this time?
Yes.
The boyfriend or the husband?
Husband. Here's what it is. Here's what it is.
Bill didn't even read the book, and he skipped right to the end. He knew exactly you wasted all that time watching that book, reading that book, whatever you do to a book.
Sorry, you watch the words.
I watched the book.
He's
You do
sitting
have
there
to look at it.
reading that whole book, and Bill got to the end of it.
I have a insufferable knack for reading almost the identical book back to back. So like Agatha Christie is obviously a classic. And she has the one called And Then There Were None.
Right.
Which is
Was that one a husband?
No, this is a classic figure mount. This is a good one. Like it's a bunch of people come to
Is that a Miss
mansion.
Marple or a Hercule Poirot?
Neither of those.
Oh, I thought those are the two that were in all her books.
I don't remember either of those names. It could be. It was like 2 years ago that I read that book.
You haven't read like Murder on the Nile and those kinds of things?
I haven't read a lot of hers.
Oh,
but
okay.
It's like one by one, people start dying and they're trying to figure out who it is, right? And then right before that, I had read a book by an author named Ruth Ware called One by One, and they were identical. So I read this book last week called Behind Closed Doors about a seemingly perfect marriage where the husband actually is super abusive and locks his wife in a room and doesn't feed her and stuff.
Oh.
And then this week, I read a book called The Housemaid, and it's like the same thing. Like the seemingly perfect husband ends up being a psychopath.
Right.
And I'm frustrated because I feel like I would have liked the book more had I not just read basically the same book.
But this is
last
also
week.
why you see seemingly nice men and go, that's a murderer.
100%. I see like well-dressed men who are polite and have money. I'm like, he probably beats his wife.
So then I Googled Agatha Christie, and Then There Were None. And it turns out that not only was this her best-selling book, it's been adapted as TV and film. I'll just read this as much as I can. I'm going to read this for you as written.
Okay.
And Then There Were None is a mystery novel by the English writer Agatha Christie, described by her as the most difficult of her books to write. It was first published in the UK by the Collins Crime Club on November the 6th, 1939, under its original title, 10 Little N-Words.
Whoa!
Excuse me.
That was the original title of And Then There Were None by
For
Agatha
real?
Christie. Go on Wikipedia and look at it. It's got the book cover.
Real. That can't be real.
It's got the book cover. The 1939. That word was very, very real. And on the cover of books, it was subsequently released with the title, And Then There Were None.
Oh my God!
Paperbacks used the title 10 Little Indians, which is still, by current standards, still problematic.
We just talked about that song.
Yeah. UK editions continue to use the original title until 1985.
Oh my goodness.
In the UK, the Agatha Christie book was still called 10 Little N-Words. And by the way, a hard R.
Yes. It's like jarring to see that.
Yes.
Like print. It's that people have that book.
But that wasn't like a thing in the 30s, you know? I mean, in the UK, pretty wild. And that's the book that noted sex defender Mary Santora wanted to write.
Stop
She
it.
goes, I've never heard of And Then There Were None. Where's the original title?
Come on.
That's why I'm reading this in the first place.
Well, so the book is based off of a poem. Was what it was supposed to be.
One little, two little.
No. So it's like, I can't remember the poem, but it's basically where it starts with 10, and then each chapter as someone dies is another line of the poem about, it starts with apparently 10 little words. I don't know if this says it was an old minstrel song.
Well, that would qualify, yeah.
But in the one I read, it was a poem about like birds and stuff.
Yeah.
So not the same.
Holy cow. Hey, I've got $1,000 to give to you here. It is a shot for you to grab some money from the Buzzard bookie. Listen closely. First day of this, another round, and plenty of chances for you to win, so I hope you do. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Grand. That's grand. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Hey, who's this?
Hello, Bill.
What's up?
Hello, Bill.
Hi.
Do you know who this is, Bill?
I have no idea who this is.
Bill, it's been a long time. I haven't talked to you in a little bit.
Who are you? I don't know who you are.
Bill, it's you, Wilhelmina.
Oh.
You remember me, Bill? You remember me?
I kind of remember you. You were the really big fan of Poundcake.
Oh, I'm really big. No, Bill, I see what you're doing, Bill.
It's just been so long, I can't remember
I know.
much about you or why you call.
I've been on a sabbatical, Bill.
For what?
A black sabbatical. That's what we call it, Bill.
Like Black Sabbath? Is that like a metal joke?
I don't know anything about that, but it's just been a long time, Bill.
Yes, it has.
I
All
want
right.
to poke my head in and say hello.
What's up? What's on your mind today,
I miss
Wilhelmina?
you all. I tuned in on Friday.
Uh-huh.
And I didn't hear you, Bill.
Now, I called in to do the get down for Alan's birthday.
What is that?
It's wow, you don't know what the get down is. It's the Friday get down.
I mean, I haven't. Is it you? Because I only listen for you.
Yeah, I mean, it's like one of my signature moments on the show.
A signature moment, you say?
Yeah.
All right.
Where I yell and scream and say silly things to get the weekend started.
I like that a lot.
Yeah.
And then the weekend starts?
And then the weekend starts.
All right.
Officially.
I feel a little strange talking to you because it's been so long. I was worried you wouldn't remember me, and it doesn't sound
I remember you. I was just goofing around. Yeah, I'm still here. Are you okay? Are you crying?
I was, but I'm not anymore.
Oh, I'm so sorry that you
Because your
cried.
voices cheer me up, Bill.
Oh, I'm glad I can cheer you up. What's going on? How have you been? How are things?
I've been traveling a lot.
Where'd you travel to?
All over, Bill.
Like,
all over.
Where was your favorite place that you traveled to?
Probably Kurdistan.
And where is? What was it?
Kurdistan.
That sounds different than what you said the first time.
It goes by many names. I was using its original name that the local people call it, Bill.
Mm-hmm. And what does it say on Google Maps?
I don't know what that is, Bill. But I went for a little while on a charity Howdy, I lost my job.
Mhm.
I lost my boyfriend.
Oh no.
I think I lost my voice a little bit.
A little bit, yeah. You are very
Okay,
quiet.
Bill, that's okay. That's all right.
You lost your. Wait, you had a boyfriend?
I did.
What happened to him?
He got sent away. That's what he said, anyway.
He said he got sent away.
He said he got sent away.
Like, is he in armed forces?
No, he said he was incarcerated, Bill.
Oh.
And that he would never ever be able to see me again.
What's he incarcerated for?
I don't know. I can't find him on any of the records. I think maybe he was lying to me.
How long did you date him?
I dated him for 72 hours, Bill. You broke my heart, Bill.
Did he make you cry?
He made me... That's why I was calling you, because you always put a smile on my face.
So I see. You just call me when your boyfriend leaves you and you feel sad. So you're just like, oh, I guess I'll go back to Bill. Feeling kind of used here.
Kinda. Is that okay?
I guess so.
I just miss you, Bill.
All right, well.
But I gotta go. I gotta go find out Google Maps. Yes, Bill. I'll talk to you later, okay?
All right, bye-bye. Wilhelmina.
What are you
It's
gonna
been
do?
a long time.
Oh, what a long, long time. I wonder if she's reading. And then there were none at home. All right, I've got to take a break here. If you want to send a text for anything, 35192 is how you can get us there. And, of course, you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Buzzard Fest. August 4th at Victory Park.
Buzzard Fest.
Featuring
Incubus. Bush. Live. Filter.
Tickets on sale now at WMMS.com.
Little as 4 minutes to see what you could save at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos Tequila and Whiskey Studios.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Girls, this is your opportunity right here. A nice boy, let me tell you that.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192. Want to send me a text? AlanCoxShow.com for your visuals, your socials, all that kind of stuff. And, of course, in the iHeartRadio app. If you listen to us from out of state on the app, please tell me where you do that. I'll make sure you are on the map you see over my shoulder. Jack listens in Hilton Head. Robert is out in Bakersfield, California. Sean listens in Dublin, Virginia. Ray and Brittany are in Yorktown, Virginia. And Dave is pretty new. He's in Rogersville, Alabama. Guardians only win one this past weekend, that three-game series against the Brewers. They won Saturday night 4-2. 5-4 was the final yesterday. Guardians go on the road for a bit. They'll start up tomorrow night in Kansas City against the Royals. That'll be an 8:10 first pitch here on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. And then they'll head to Chicago to play the Cubs Friday, Saturday, Sunday before they come back here and host the Atlanta Braves. And then the Royals come here end of next week. So maybe it'll be a little bit of a revenge play there if it doesn't go their way. Good Morning America. I don't watch this show, but I had a couple of people send me the story that they are doing a Breakfast in America segment. Sorry, the United States of Breakfast is what they're calling it. Breakfast in America. They could have called it that, and maybe they didn't get the clearance from Supertramp. But United States of Breakfast is going to 5 cities, 1 city each day. Cleveland is Tuesday. They went to Houston today, Cleveland tomorrow, Boston, and Philadelphia. I guess that's only 4 days. Nevertheless, there are 2 restaurants vying for the title. I've only eaten at one of them. Grumpy's in Tremont.
I ate there on Thursday last week.
Did you really?
Yes.
And was it
breakfast.
good?
It was good. It was had a meeting with potential something going on, but yeah, had some jambalaya and it was good.
And these are both in Tremont. Martha's on the Fly.
Martha's on the Fly. That's my buddy LT's spot. He was swimming in my house yesterday.
That's some good.
Did he tell you about this?
Yes, he did.
Oh, good for him. Okay. I think I met him on opening day, didn't I?
Yeah, he's a great guy. Yeah, he brought in a bunch of glizzies.
Yeah. I just remember Grumpy's Cafe was the very first place that we ever ate in Cleveland. We weren't even living here yet. I was coming in for my interview with management, and we were too early to check into the hotel, and so we were like, well, let's get something to eat. And we didn't know anywhere about it. I mean, it was like rainy and gray, and I was like, what the hell is going on here? And we got into Grumpy's Cafe and had something to eat. It was good. I was like, all right, well, if this is indicative of what's going on, then that's pretty good. I don't think I've been back, but, I mean, it's still there.
It's good. I worked there for a short time.
You worked at Grumpy's?
Yeah, I was a dishwasher there. This is 17 years ago.
Was this before Bob Evans or after Bob Evans?
After Bob Evans. I worked there for about a month.
But you used the Bob Evans experience to get you fast-track you at Grumpy's.
Yeah. Into that, because they really want to make sure you know how to wash dishes.
Yeah, you got that upper echelon.
But
you need somebody who's...
It was a fun job, but I got busy working on the road, so I was like, I can't really do this anymore. So I had to quit.
You put in your 2 weeks at Grumpy's. Now, did Grumpy become grumpier when you left?
No, they were
because he had a full on. Okay,
they were cool because it was also I lived right like it was Grumpy's and then the Lincoln Park pub and then the house that I lived in was right there. So
gotcha.
I was still in there all the time and like we were friendly. It was nice.
So on Friday, the winner of each city will travel to New York to compete live in studio on Good Morning America. You probably hope this is your buddy LT who goes.
I do hope it's LT. I mean, Grumpy's or LT it would be great, but I'm hoping for LT because he is, he listens to the show. He texts me while we're on the air sometimes and says that was a funny joke. And he's, been over to my house a bunch of times.
Well, the winner gets
hung out.
$10,000, so that would be good.
And so I will take a cut of that, LT. Thank you.
Well, he is still looking for his initial investment. I'm not sure what he was trying to get $2,000 out of Mary at the top of the show. I'm still not clear what the investment is.
Nobody is. That's the problem.
It's getting more money in 20 years.
Oh, getting more money. I see.
You give me, that's the whole
You
thing.
make the money grow.
I will invest the money. I don't want you to have to worry about it because that's like the stressful part. When you're investing, you're like, I don't know where my money's going. I don't know. I gotta figure all these things out. You don't have to worry about any of that when you invest with Bill Squire.
Mm-hmm.
You just give me the money, and in 20 years, I'll be like, hey, here's $1 billion. Or maybe not. We'll see.
I gotta say, that is. Let me see how much I got on me. That is an amazing ROI there. That you hand him, Mary. Maybe you didn't hear what he said.
No, I heard what he said.
You give him $2,000, and in 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
It's $1 billion. There's no way to know what your return on investment percentage is.
$1 billion.
It'll probably be.
Might.
Probably.
Not probably.
Probably.
But
I told you the odds.
But the question is, how is he investing this money to
That's
get
not
that?
What you
not
need
part
to
of it.
worry
Get that
about.
kind of
It's not part
return.
of
I got more people invested right now. I got them on the line right now. So if you don't want to invest in,
He's
then
got him
go
on the
ahead.
line, all right.
But like right now, you got to make this deal.
Billy Madoff
do
over
you
here
want $1
has
billion
got.
Mary, look me in the eye.
I'm looking at your eyes.
Do you want to be a billionaire?
Eventually.
No one should be a
You
billionaire.
know what else is eventually? 20 years from now.
Okay.
So if you give me that $2,000,
That's all the money I have.
What if?
It's all the money you're ever going to need.
What if?
It's gone.
What if, God forbid, something were to
It's
happen
growing.
to her in the next 20 years?
Right.
What are the safeguards in place so this money is not just languishing?
She'll be taken care of. Whoever needs to take care of her. She already knows how to do GoFundMe scams, so that's.
You're right. It's Dustin. I just think it's silly that Bill took all Mayor's money. We ain't heard nothing about it.
Mary, it's Dustin. I'm down here in Georgia. I don't know where all that money went.
All right, well, that's something to consider then. All right, so you're not going to be investing your money with Billy Madoff properties over here.
I don't think so. I might actually, honestly, I could just drive to Pittsburgh, take that same $2,000, and maybe come home with the jackpot from the casino.
Yeah.
Same odds.
Yeah.
No. I probably going to make you $1 billion
In 20 years.
in 20 years.
I could turn that 2,000 into 5,000 this weekend.
But are you gonna?
Are you gonna?
I'm.
He just gave you 95% odds. That's better than you're going to get at the.
Do you want a
casino.
quick, small return, or do you want to be a billionaire?
I want to be a billionaire, Bill. Oh, that's what it is.
Huh?
A billionaire. He's going to say something
So-
stupid like, my friendship for 20 years is what you're rich in love or
Oh,
something.
like when a kid.
No, I'm
like
talking
when
about
a kid.
money.
Like when a kid makes you hug coupons.
Yes.
No, this is real money. This
for
isn't.
foot
This
rubs.
isn't. Yeah, this isn't love crypto.
It seems like it is.
This is real money.
Creepdo. You're right, Poundcake. That's what it is.
You creep.
That's right.
You're
Now,
right.
So
why
just
could,
give me that
okay.
$2,000. 20 years, it's gonna fly by.
I need to interrupt this whole thing right here, okay? Because Bill was out on Friday. You can never again have Poundcake do Weekend Cox by himself.
What?
Oh, no.
He
this is so
splits.
bad.
Bill leaves. He's got like Back to the Future flame tracks under his feet. Poundcake goes, oh, I forgot Weekend Cox. I'll do it solo. Poundcake needs somebody to work off of. Next time you're going to be gone on a Friday, you
told
got to
him-
record them with him.
I said we can record Thursday, or you can.
Because he forgot. So at the
Oh,
end.
you completely forgot.
Well, at the end. So you said to him, let's pre-record.
Well, I said, or you do it with Mary,
Well, he didn't do that.
or you do it yourself. So I gave him the options, but I reminded
Well, that's a
him.
good instinct.
Yeah.
Listen to Bill. That's a good instinct. Because at the end of the show Friday, I go, okay, everybody, hey, because it was just me and Mary Poundcake, and I go, hey, and then Weekend Cox, and he goes, I forgot about Weekend Cox. So he's blowing through them. He needs somebody to work off of.
Can we hear some of these?
Yes.
Oh, God.
I mean, they're not terrible, but I was just like, he needs Bill in there.
I'll work that into my next negotiation.
Contract.
Poundcake needs me.
About this
And they'll
segment
just be like, he's
because Honestly, I can't really talk shrimp about this segment because I would have done the exact
Yeah, he
same.
said talk shrimp a lot. Like if somebody's just tuning in at 8 in the morning, Poundcake, they don't know what shrimp is. They don't know that that's like our workaround for S word for poop.
Fair enough. Okay.
And he said it a lot. Like,
honestly, I can't really talk shrimp about this segment because I would have done the exact same thing. In fact, I think Alan gave him too much leeway.
yeah, this is before the segment where I was talking about those ladies crying in front of my car and not moving.
I think Alan gave him too much leeway, waiting 45 seconds for them to clear out the path. You know, immediately when they're standing in my way, I start honking. But you'll know what I'm talking about. 2 girls were outside a parking garage entrance, and Alan had to get into work, and, you know, hilarity ensues. We'll talk about it right now on the Week in Cock.
So he kind of sets the whole thing up and then goes into it. And that's fine. I'm just saying, like, set up, boom, into the thing, right? If it's the two of you, whatever you want to do.
I understand.
Because you're kind of bobbing and weaving with each other.
That's I agree with you, Alan. That's exactly why I like a constant co-host for my podcast.
I understand. On your own podcast, it's way better when you have, right.
Yes, I completely understand that.
Let me find you another
I was gonna say, I
clip
thought
here.
you said I like completely. I was like, how did the computer must have malfunctioned because I totally did the weekend.
No.
Just poorly is what you're saying. That I can believe.
Well, hold on. Let me.
Up this Week in Cox this Sunday is very Alan heavy. I think it's probably because it's his birthday weekend.
It's very Alan heavy, or because it's the Week in Cox.
But all the 3
This Week in Cox is really Alan heavy.
But
what does that mean?
Because usually this is a topic like one was like you not being empathetic. Then the next one was you saving a bird. Then the next
right.
They were just all like back to back in like sequence.
What are they supposed to be?
Well, sometimes it's just like various parts of the week.
Right.
It was just all you focus. That's.
But if it
all.
was a bunch of Poundcake clips, would you have said, "Oh, this is a really Poundcake heavy week"?
Yes.
Yeah, I bet you would not.
Absolutely.
Yeah, right.
And I would have made fun of it. This Week in Cox this Sunday is very Alan heavy. I think it's probably because it's his birthday weekend. But we're seeing all sides of Alan.
You know how important my birthday weekend was to me too.
Oh my
That's
gosh.
why. Yeah.
Before he was unempathetic, and now he's caring for a small little bird.
Right. That was when I rescued a bird. So again, it's not the end of the world. Just you can't do these by yourself because you sound lost. Like it's just more right. You'd have more fun with somebody else.
Oh, I enjoy myself a lot.
Right.
Give us a.
I mean, this one's 38 seconds long. Just set up, boom, into the clip.
Okay.
If it's just you, you know what I mean?
I got you.
What's
I
the
tell
segment?
you what, man. Birds are annoying. I know because when I was a child, when my grandmother passed away, she left her. I forget what type of. I think it was a parakeet. One of the small ones. One of the small ones that talk.
He's talking about telling his mom that his parakeet died and lying about it.
Yeah, it was a boy who cried parakeet.
Yeah.
A
And her name
parakeet.
was Lucy. And I would go down into the basement every day and mock this bird, and it would copy me. And then I would run upstairs and tell my mom that Lucy was dead, and she wasn't really dead. I was just playing around. And one day she actually was dead, and my mom didn't believe me, and it was kind of traumatic. But that's not what this segment is about.
Hey, you know how I just took 40 seconds of your time, audience, and told that's not what this is?
Alan, the bird
I love
saver.
it. Huh? I know.
No bird is dying on your watch.
I know. I'm just breaking your balls. It's
I
fine.
know.
That's so funny.
That's perfect.
That's not what this is about, though.
But that's not what we're talking about here.
Yeah.
Check it out right now.
That's right.
You know, you never can get enough of us. I know.
Oh, yeah.
I-
This one is where he's talking about every other show, right?
What?
He's promoting his show, Bill's show.
You know, you never can.
Huh?
There's a reason we do this one.
Yeah, you too do it.
Yeah.
Right. But him doing it solo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, you never can get enough of us. I know. So if you want the Alan Cox Show after hours, you can go to alancoxshow.com or listen to us on iHeartRadio. If you want more of me, listen to the Poundcake podcast at iHeartRadio. The Bill Squire Show is also at iHeartRadio. And guess what? Even the Week in Cox is podcasted. And guess what?
Yeah, except it's not.
It's not,
Poundcake.
and it hasn't been for
2
years.
2 years.
But they can still go to alancoxshow.com.
But you guys, he's got an answer for everything, boy. It's never, okay, you're right, screwed up. You and Bill have been doing Week in Cox for how long? Since we've been doing Week in Cox.
Well, since
it hasn't been a podcast for 2 years.
It was Erica and I, and then it was me and Poundcake, and it's been me and Poundcake for about 5-6 years. Yeah.
Right. What's the point of all this, though?
So we do that one when we don't know if you haven't put all the segments in yet.
Yeah, like a generic open.
So we'll do just like generic be like, hey, thanks. Usually we'll go something like this. Hey, thanks for checking out the Week in Cox. Don't forget you can check out the Alan Cox Show podcast, the Bill Squire Show podcast, and
the Poundcake podcast.
Okay, well,
enjoy this clip right now on the Week in Cox.
And guess
boom,
what?
that fast.
Even the Week in Cox is podcasted. And guess what? It's at iHeartRadio. So go over to iHeartRadio now and listen to the segment.
There you go. All right. Well, anyway, now you know for next time, right?
There won't be a next time.
What is this one? I haven't heard this one.
So in this segment, I believe this was in reference to Alan saying tires, all tires are black or they have different colored tires. I never understood.
I never said that. What are you talking about?
We were talking about the tires.
Yes, but I didn't say. This was Alan saying all tires are black. I didn't say
black
that.
Black tires matter.
When did I say that?
I don't remember what day it was.
But you didn't listen to the clip?
I didn't listen to the full clip, no. I was trying to recall from when we were talking about it on the show.
Okay.
Why they were black to begin with. I think it looks sleeker. I think it looks cleaner. If you had like gray or white tires, you would see all the dirt and all the scuffs on them. So that's just my 2 cents. But
all right, anyway. Yeah. So
you don't remember why we were talking about tires, though?
No, I don't. I mean, it was a full week of content.
I know, but that's... The point is to set up the
Week in Cox.
That was like a very small part of it, but the idea was that I brought up how we should have the roads should be made out of tires.
I said spray paint dongs around potholes.
Yes.
Right? I was talking about the Philly Bridge, how they got that done with the quickness. They can't figure out Cleveland potholes. Spray a dong around them. That seems to really draw out the road crews when there's a penis on the road. And then Bill was like, or make the roads out of tires. Then he went into square concrete tires.
What was the name of the segment again? Of that particular segment?
Concrete tires.
Okay, yeah. Because there's some times where I
like the bird one, though.
The bird was the best.
That's not what this is about.
Well, my question was, if you know Cody doesn't listen to the show,
I don't know anything.
While we're doing it.
I don't know anything.
Why would you think he would listen to the show?
I don't know anything. I don't assume. We break his balls. It's a running joke. He doesn't listen to the show. But there's plenty of other times he'll pull something out of his ass and nail it. So I can't assume anything. I don't assume that. And I'm not just going to throw my hands up and go, he doesn't know. That's not helpful.
But literally trying to recall the whole thing from the entire week.
I understand. I understand.
But you don't have to recall the whole thing.
You can scan through to kind of pick up the premise, though, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, I thought I knew what I was talking about, but apparently
I know you did. That's.
Can we hear the bird story again?
I thought I knew what I was talking about.
Can we hear the
We
bird?
all think we know what we're talking about, and it's like 80-20 that we don't.
I want to hear the bird story.
I tell you what, man, birds are annoying. I know because when I was a child, when my grandmother passed away, she left her, I forget what type of, I think it was a parakeet, one of the small ones that talk, and her name was Bluesy, and I would go down into the basement every day and mock this bird, and it would copy me, and then I would run upstairs and tell my mom that Bluesy was dead, and she wasn't really dead. I was just playing around, and one day she actually was dead, and my mom didn't believe me, and it was kind of traumatic, but that's not what this segment is about. It's about Alan saving a bird. We'll talk about it more on the Week in Cox.
I love it. He was mocking bird, is what he was doing.
Pair of Keith.
There you go.
That's what it sounds like he says.
A pair mocking. I would mock my mom's bird, and then it finally did die. And I told her, and she didn't believe me.
Oh my God.
Pregnant pause. But that's not what this is about. That's what that was about. This is about something else. I love it. I mean, let's listen. This is 8:30 on a Sunday morning, all right? It's not the end of the world. I just thought it was because Bill was gone, but now he tells me he gave you options, and that is the proper response. So next time he gives you options, take one of them.
I will not.
I'll even do it with you.
I will not give him the solo option.
I will even do it with you if you find yourself in a situation like that again.
Okay.
I'll come in there. We'll do it. We'll do Week in Cox. We can dick around, but not solo. I love it. I can't get enough of that.
Now, how did this come to your attention? Did people blow you up about this?
No, I
or
listen.
You just listen to it?
Yes,
Okay.
I got to make sure. I got to listen to. We're having dinner down here on the corner on Saturday night. Me and Gwen and Beater and Burge, their lovely wives, Lucy and Bria. And so we're down here on the corner on East 4th having dinner.
Which one do you think is lovelier?
I'm not here to discuss that, Bill. The point is that we're having dinner, and dinner went so long because of how this place was admittedly understaffed that I said, I've got to go 3 doors down and check on the metal show because, spoiler, that's a pre-recorded show. I go, I've got to go down there and make sure that it's starting on time because there's always some fakakta problem with the show on Saturday nights. And so I have to leave dinner, walk down here. Fortunately, everything was ready to go and it was going to run on time and all that. So it's only gone a few minutes. But if something's running with my name on it, I got to make sure it runs properly and it sounds all right. So, yeah, I'm listening to the Week in Cox. And I was like, oh, man, I'm going to kick Poundcake in the balls when we're on the air on Monday. Oh, man.
But that's not what this is about.
That's not what this is about. This is about me getting you.
Change the subject now.
Yeah, this is about me. This is about me getting you a key on that buzzard bike.
Change the subject now.
Yeah. You did fine, Poundcake. I'm just breaking your balls. But
I thought I was fabulous.
no more. I know you did.
I thought I was
Everybody
great.
thinks they're great at everything they're doing. Just, please, next time we're in that situation.
I'll come scout you.
Or just take Bill up on it. Do it on Thursday, right?
I wasn't even asked.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, because he forgot about it until the
He
last
forgot.
minute.
I think
So
you were
he's
out the
also-
door.
he-
She was gone, and it was just me and Cody. And he's like, "I forgot about it." And I'm like, "Okay, well."
So he was
So
probably.
you know he really took his time with it at 7
Right.
o'clock on a Friday.
When we actually, because we were talking about how everybody should have sex for your birthday. I had morning sex that day. You had morning sex that day. And Cody was like, I'm going to go get mine tonight. So he was trying to probably rush it
Yeah,
out so
he was
could
out
go
the
get
door,
laid.
boy. It's like that friggin' Roadrunner.
Oh, I think I technically had sex on your birthday.
Hey, look at us go. Happy
What is
birthday, Alan.
technically having sex
I mean,
on
like
my birthday?
it was
With
past,
yourself?
past midnight.
Alan, did you just give away that buzzard bike right now, or are you about to?
I'm about to.
I'm going to change the subject now.
Let me give you a
Goodness
key
gracious.
for the Buzzard bike. I will have Danzig tickets for you after the break. But right now, concern yourself with getting a key that I hope will fire up this custom Harley from Budweiser and WMMS. Okay, so caller 10, you have this show's Buzzard key for today. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it
that can hook you up. So, first day back doing this. I'll have Cedar Point passes for you all week. By the way, those will pop up around 5:20. If you hit the promotions or the contest section, whatever they call it, at WMMS.com, we're giving away passes to explore the VIP Millennium Lounge at Cedar Point. Know what that is? Anybody ever been to the VIP Millennium Lounge?
I have not. Sounds cool.
When you need a break from all the excitement. It's an oasis in the middle of the park near Millennium Force.
Neat.
Air conditioned?
Shaded seating.
Oh.
Complimentary snacks.
Nature's air conditioning.
Shade.
Nature's. Complimentary snacks. Flavor-infused water. Phone chargers. And
Get some of that beef-flavored water, please.
It's got ground beef floating in it.
You guys have Thai chicken water? Because, man, that sounds good right now. CedarPoint.com's got the details on it, but you can win a pair of passes for this season at WMMS.com. But I will have the Cedar Point passes you get from me all week are for 4th of July fireworks or something, right? Light up the point. I mean, I think you can go anytime, but Light Up the Point is what that's called out there at Cedar Point. And you can figure out where they got that name from, too, because, you know. And this is a time of year, too, where places that do fireworks, they pull their punches a little bit because it's so close to the 4th that they don't want to, like, shoot their wad, right? So, like, we went to the Friday night, us and a bunch of our friends, we went to the Lake Erie Crushers game. They were playing a team from Joliet outside Chicago. And so we're watching the game. The kids are running around and whatever. And they did fireworks after. But it's so close to the 4th that, like, it's kind of, you know, it's fine. It's fireworks. But they pull their punches a little bit. They're not going to give you, like, the full Monty. They kind of give you the one where, like, when it's over, everybody goes, oh, okay, that was it.
8 minutes of fireworks.
There you go. Instead of, like, 20 minutes or whatever, because it's close. You know, we're going to be in Vegas all next week, and I'm not quite sure. I assume that the 4th of July in Vegas is just everywhere shooting off fireworks.
But can they if they're in a desert? Isn't that like a fire?
I mean,
literal. Well, I guess there's no trees.
Vegas feels like they've got their own rules. They got their own water. They got their. I can't imagine Las Vegas not having. They must shoot off fireworks the rest of the year in certain places. I don't know. I have no idea. I've never been there over the 4th of July, but I'm assuming that that's what it's going to be. I'll have to get more information on that, but I don't know. Guardians are off tonight. They play the Brewers over the weekend. They took 1 of 3. They're in Kansas City to start playing the Royals tomorrow night. And then they'll head to Chicago to play the Cubs at Wrigley. And then they'll come back here next week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday is when they'll start playing the Atlanta Braves right here at home. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, you can always leave messages for us. A little talk back button there for you.
What up, Alan? Driving in my semi-truck. People tend to always think I'm in the way and love to flip me the bird. Well, this lady who felt like I was in her way drove around me, and she let her seem to be between 5 and 7-year-old child flip me the bird. Okay, later.
Oh, boy.
I don't understand that. Why are the truckers the ones getting flipped off?
Because people are mad that they're in the way. I don't know.
Like, it's just, to me.
They're driving a giant truck. Like, you're driving a car or whatever you're driving is smaller than the truck. So just get around them and be, I don't know.
I am beyond accommodating. I don't even like to play with that. Like, their car can crush mine in a millisecond, so.
I feel like the bird is coming back, by the way. The middle finger, maybe it never went away, and maybe I'm just seeing it more. When I was walking, we had left dinner down here, and we're walking back to the parking garage to get the car, and there's a homeless guy out in front of Geraci's, and he's leaning up against a little fence there or whatever, and a dude, we're walking one way, and we pass him, and the guy is walking the opposite way as us. And I see him go into his pocket like he's going to toss the guy, a couple of bills or something. And the guy reaches into his pocket and pulls out and gives the guy the middle finger and keeps walking.
So old.
And but why would you do that to a homeless guy?
I don't know.
Like, you're not getting one over on him.
Right, that's real dick move right there.
I was like, I laughed. Because I was like, man, I haven't seen that. All that was missing was him inflating it with his thumb. Yeah, that was all that was missing. But other than that, I was like, oh, that's nice because I didn't have any cash on me or else I would have given him some. But I was like, we were passing each other at just the right time or else I wouldn't have seen it because he would have been behind us. And I kind of looked a little bit because he was reaching in. And he flipped him off. And the guy was kind of nonplussed, but I mean, he's still shaking his cup, right? He's out there Saturday night, nice and warm.
He's probably been called much
packed
worse.
all along. What's that?
He's probably been called much worse or spit on or people are horrible.
I just don't understand it. Like, just walk, do what everybody else does and pretend
Sorry,
you don't
man.
even see
Yeah,
them.
no
Pretend
cash.
they're invisible like everybody else does. Yeah, I was like, wow, that's a move. But yeah, I don't know. I'm like, is the middle finger coming back?
I like a middle finger.
I just haven't seen it in a long, long time. I got the money here for you. It is $1,000, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. It's a chance for you to grab a little bit of cash, courtesy of MMS. So listen closely. I hope you win. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Green. That's green. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Oh, boy. What's happening over there?
What?
What's all this tapping? What's the
Writing
tapping?
An email.
Huh?
I'm sorry. I was responding to an email.
Right now?
I just was real quick. You're giving it away.
All I hear is clicking over here. I'm like, I'm talking, and I'm like, hey, so anyway, so I got this money here for you, and is everything okay?
Yes.
Is there an emergency?
No.
Am I boring you?
You're not boring me. It was what I was.
So guys,
I'm not gonna.
So anyway, I'm having dinner the other night, and I'm like, what's happening over
It's
here?
about what I talked to you about in the break. I don't want to.
So what?
So I just was responding real quick.
Right now?
It felt like an urgent thing.
It did.
Sure, it could have. You're right. I could have waited 8 minutes until we were in another break. It's 4:30 though, and the people that need this information are gonna be gone at 5. I don't want them to take off early and not get it.
Yeah, I know. It is a 9 to 5 downtown.
Listen.
It's throwing me off, man. I got to concentrate here.
I'm sorry.
You know how this works, right?
I didn't realize that clicking would throw you off that much.
I'm going to go to Mary's show and sit in the audience and text the whole time.
That's
Yeah, so anyway, wait, hey, can you hold on? I got to... All right, anyway.
Listen.
It is the 30th, Poundcake will like this, it's the 30th anniversary of What's Love Got to Do With It, the classic film.
Alan, that's not what she was typing. I found what she was typing.
You put a middle finger out your
Yeah,
tongue.
no, that requires a right click and a download, not the keystroke. Was she making her own graphic middle finger over there?
No.
Uh-huh.
We're dealing with big agencies here at iHeartMedia, and I
Yeah.
don't need people to be waiting on me.
Yeah.
Even though they could care less about me waiting on them.
Well, that's the point, though. They want you, they'll wait. They'll, at the very
No,
least, wait
that's not
8
how
minutes.
this works. I know, and you're right.
Do you not think that I get 400 emails a minute, but I can't do anything about them? They have to wait until I'm until I'm done talking.
But you're not. We're in different positions. I feel like if I don't respond immediately, they're going to give away the thing that I'm trying to lock in.
They're not going to.
I get nervous about that kind of stuff still. Where I'm like, if I don't respond immediately, they're going to give this to somebody else. And I need the money.
Okay.
You know what I mean? I apologize. I will not respond.
I just wanted to make sure nothing was blowing up.
Nothing is blowing up.
These machines in here, they make noises. And
No.
I was in here before this morning, writing and prepping things out, and I hear this these things make fans over here. These components in here. I mean, obviously they generate heat, so they have internal fans. And we've all kind of gotten used to that since we moved down here. These fans go like all day long, but it's kind of become background noise where we don't really hear it that much anymore. But I was in here this morning, and I don't have any noise on in here. I don't have the station blaring when I'm doing my work. It's quiet. And it was like this. It sounded like somebody was jackhammering in the next studio.
Probably were.
But I walk out, I go down, I'm like, I'm like, what the hell's going on around here? Because we're surrounded by construction. I'm like, it's not that. I mean, that's been going on forever. We don't really hear that.
It's really
I couldn't figure out what it was. It was this noise and noise and noise.
But it really is surprising that you guys don't hear it because behind this wall, there is a building, like that. It's still under construction, and all the time I hear jackhammering. I hear like people talking or people like hammering, and I'm thinking, I'm like, if I turn my mic on, they'll hear this, and I'll have it on sometimes, and you guys don't hear it, and it's the strangest thing because I can hear it loud and clear. So it's weird.
How do you know his name's Jack?
I don't.
So.
I'm going to change the subject now.
That's not what this segment's about.
I'm going to have a long pause like that on the weekend, guys.
Yeah.
Have a bunch of dead air for 40
no,
seconds.
come on. It's all good. A 30th anniversary of What's Love Got to Do with It, which is a movie where Angela Bassett played Tina Turner. Of course, Tina Turner just passed away. Angela Bassett inducted her into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. We were all there at the Romo Fijo.
No, you and Bill were there.
Bill and I were there.
The important
And
people were there.
last night were the BET Awards. Now, Mary, before you start salivating, this is not a casino-centric award show.
This
Is
isn't
that
who's-
why black
What?
people say bet?
Wendy Williams says bet. I'm not joking.
Black Entertainment Television, I believe, is what they're going for. And Patti LaBelle was there to sing. Did you see this, Cody?
I saw clips on Instagram.
She forgot the lyrics of Simply the Best. And I'm like,
I
but
love
you
Patti LaBelle.
probably have a teleprompter.
She's trolling. She has to be.
Why would you troll? You're a professional. Sing the song.
Because the iconic moment when she's at the tree lighting ceremony and she's like, where are my backup dancers? Like
Where
that
are my
was
background singers?
That was 1996,
But that
and
is-
you would never want to do that again.
that is the most press she's ever gotten for a performance.
But
and
that's
it
not
lived
what you're
on.
trying. This idea that every press is good press. Patti LaBelle is not a 22-year-old influencer. She's like a legendary
Exactly.
performer. I can't imagine
So
her
she has
going,
nothing to prove.
hey, let's
Got
see
that
if I
pie money.
pie money.
I think she's-
I don't think she wants pie money. I think she wants singing ass money. She wants Patti LaBelle singing money.
She's just the type that she's like, I mean, how old is she now? 70?
She's in her
80?
70s, gotta be. No, 70s, I think.
And she's probably just like, I've done it. She should have prepared, but she just watched TV
That's what I'm
instead.
saying.
She's like, the new season of The Bears on. I'm going to watch that. I'm not going to get all worked up over this BET Awards.
What is
Yeah, I don't know that she walked off sobbing, but I think I'll play the clip here. Patti LaBelle turned 79 last month. She said that she did her best. The song was, of course, Simply the Best. They should have gotten what's-his-name from Schitt's Creek to go up there and sing it.
Mm-hmm.
But you figured they've got teleprompters. But I guess she couldn't sing.
Doing my best. What if I can't see the words? I don't know.
See, she's a pro.
I'm trying, y'all.
It's also going to suck, too, because the sound at those things is so weird. People were complaining that, like, one of her background singers was out of sync. But, like, all the sound is going one way. So, like, you got your monitors or whatever. But if you're one of those singers, you know, maybe it's, like, your first big gig or something. You
get a
get
little
screamed
nervous.
at by Patti LaBelle like she's Buddy Rich.
She's 79, and that's very similar to the tree lighting ceremony where...
That's what I'm saying.
But I don't think she's trying to do that. I think...
Did she not rehearse?
I don't think
she
she's...
didn't rehearse
I don't
the
think she
lyrics?
rehearses, and I don't think
she cares.
she can see
She
very
didn't exactly.
well.
She didn't care enough. She flew into the venue and was like, "I'm about to do this, and whatever
Oh,
happens,
yeah, I know
happens."
this song. It's like when you try a new karaoke song that you think you know,
Yeah,
and you
then-
get up there and you're like, oh.
Then you get to that second verse, and you're like, oh, I don't know. any of
I've
this.
never sang this out loud.
But also, I think in the pantheon of like R&B singers and soul singers, I think Patti LaBelle has always felt like she hasn't gotten the recognition she deserves.
I think so too.
Between Aretha and between Tina Turner, I think Patti LaBelle just has this chip on her shoulder where she's like, nobody treats me the way they should. I'm a goddamn queen.
I was gonna say,
and she is.
People cover her songs and don't really like credit her. Like people think that Lady Marmalade was.
It was close.
Not even close.
They think
It
that
was close. Better than Mama Lie. Do it again.
Lady Marmalade.
There you go.
Was a Missy Elliott production. Our generation does. They don't realize that.
Yeah, but you can't get mad at generational things.
But I think true artists do when they care about their art and they constructed it and blah blah blah.
But you're getting paid every time somebody covers your song, so that's what you're in it for. If you weren't getting paid, I'd be pissed if people thought
but
it was somebody else's song.
Some artists would like both. The money should come with it, but they're like, I would love if people just recognize me for my song, like, or give me credit when credit is due.
Oh, that's the best.
Hang all the mistletoe. I'm gonna get to know you better.
I'm trying to put her on, but I can't. Oh, there she is. It's a bare stage.
And it's the wrong words on the cue cards. I don't know the song. This Christmas, I'm gonna have them all I can. Because I don't have the right words and I have no.
Oh, but she's saying it so good.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I think that is Patti LaBelle. Like, I'm constantly disrespected. That was like for Clinton's second term. Or where are my background singers?
The White House tree lighting ceremony in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, because she's probably like, I'm not learning this song. They'll have cards. There she said cue cards last night. You like the teleprompter? I don't know. I can't see the words.
But you couldn't see the words. And I love when she walks out on that because the guy, he says her name and she walks out and then he like reads this bio about her and she like turns around and then comes back out. It's so funny. I love that clip. That's like a Christmas tradition to watch that. And there's always people that have never seen it, and watching them watch it for the first time is like
Christmas.
It's Christmas delight.
It's a Christmas delight. Mm-hmm. I show this to my whole family every Christmas. Guys, gather around the hearth.
Well, I usually
let's watch Patti LaBelle go bonkers.
I usually am dating someone different, so there's always a new family to show it to.
Oh, that's nice. You have like a little Christmas elf every year. Yeah.
You guys ever seen this?
Bill's elf on the shelf. So, what's your move then if your current girlfriend crosses over the Christmas line? You got a backup you can show her?
Nah, I mean...
Nothing.
It hasn't been a problem yet, so I don't know.
So far, you're broken up by Christmas is what you're saying?
No, I mean, they've
He doesn't make it to 2 Christmases.
Yeah, there's no 2 Christmases.
Oh, I see. You've never celebrated 2 Christmases with a girl.
Not recently.
Not in a while.
Not never.
Only my wife, ex-wife.
Yeah.
That's it?
Yeah.
Since your ex-wife, you haven't been with someone for 2 years?
I don't think so.
The Butthole Chef. You guys were together for more than 2 Christmases?
No, we weren't.
For real? I thought it was like
I mean,
3 years.
okay, maybe barely 2 Christmas, but like the first Christmas, like we had just started dating.
Okay.
And I was out of town for Christmas, so we weren't together on Christmas. So I won't count that.
Wow.
But man, did she cook some good buttholes.
Who? Cook some good buttholes.
They call her the Butthole Chef.
That's what everybody calls her on the show.
I call her Butthole Girl.
Oh.
Yeah, because she was always showing it on Instagram. Well, Bill was putting pictures of her butt on Instagram.
Pictures of her butt on.
Right.
It was quarantine. People needed something to be happy about, and she had a very round rump.
And she acquiesced to it every time.
Yeah, she liked it.
Because you got to get permission. You got to go, hey, I'm going to put a picture of your ass on Instagram.
Right.
And she's
And
like,
then-
I'm down with that.
And then when I broke up with her a couple weeks later, she's like, hey, can you take my ass off your Instagram? I was like, absolutely, I can.
And did you?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Why didn't she want him there anymore?
Yeah, she doesn't want to be affiliated with me.
It wasn't about Instagram. It was about Bill.
Yeah.
Hey, could you jump off the roof and then, delete your Instagram? Is there a new one in the mix? Is somebody going to make it to Christmas or no?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay. It sounded vague. Why are you laughing? It sounded vague.
No, just because it just cracks me up. Every time Bill's single, he's a monster.
Why? He's a single guy.
Maybe monster
You know,
isn't the right word.
when guys get out of a relationship, they're off the chain. I mean, literally and figuratively. Like, what's the problem?
I think I care too much.
You don't care. You just, I mean, and that's fine. You're right. You're single. There's no reason to care. But
What am I supposed to care about? What am I not?
And why is he a monster? I mean, huh?
He's not a monster.
You just
Monster
said he
was the
was.
wrong word. That's the wrong word. He's
She went right to monster.
Just jealous.
Wow. Wow.
No, I'm not jealous.
I have a feeling it's probably
I am
not that.
absolutely not jealous of your love
Super
life.
jealous.
No.
Super jealous.
Definitely not.
All right.
What's the word I'm looking for? Reckless? You're not a monster. You're pretty reckless.
Like the band.
You can be. Single Bill is a reckless human being.
Yeah, but he's got nothing.
condoms.
But he's got no. It's like Poundcake. I mean, there's nothing holding him down. What's
I
the
know.
problem?
I know.
He's not ruining anyone's life.
I know.
That's the real.
What's the best part of any relationship?
The end of it. Oops. What?
I would say the beginning.
Oh.
Like that. Those first, few weeks when you're getting to know each other and everything's exciting. And you're excited to hear from them. You're excited to see them. And then it gets bad after that.
I feel like I'm in the best part of my relationship right now.
Problem is, though, Bill, the way that you date or the way that you describe how you date is that the girls from the jump know more about you than you do about them.
He does that on purpose.
No, I fully
do that 'cause
understand
those
why
are the
to do
girls
that.
that wanna go out with
It's
me.
less work to do. I'm just saying it puts you at a disadvantage. It basically, you're learning about them, and they already know a lot about you.
Well, and I know women love to talk about themselves. Am I right? We be shopping. Brr, 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 brr.
That's very sexist.
Oh, is it?
Now who's the real monster?
Okay.
I am not that kind of guy. I want to hear your stories.
You do? I've watched you in the middle of my stories pick up your phone and start texting.
Well, that's you.
Yeah, but your
You're not
stories aren't
dating
good.
him. He's not going to have sex with you.
So then he's only listening to the stories for the sex.
Yes.
He's not genuinely interested in the stories, which is my whole point.
I can't speak for him, but
I can tell you, Brian also listens to your stories for the sex.
He's locked in at this point.
Yeah,
But
but
at
still,
the
has
beginning, he was listening for the
if
sex.
there was no sex,
That's how he was being
he
incentivized.
would not listen to your stories.
Okay, and here's where you're wrong. Brian barely listens to my stories. Okay,
But you're locked in.
Okay, so why aren't you adjusting your stories then?
listen. I don't have a lot of stories.
Why aren't you trying to make your stories better, or just be quiet?
It's not even that. In the relationship, Brian is the one who has the stories. He said, yesterday, we're sitting on the porch having a little non-alcoholic beer, and he just gets up and starts talking about the rose bushes and how it needs to be clipped and how clipping promotes new growth. So really,
It's
you,
not a
you got
story.
it backwards.
That's something.
information.
That's information.
Oh my
He's got
That's
a
not a
green
story.
thumb. A story would be, you know what I'd like to do, Mary, is I'd
What?
like to take those rose bushes and I'd like to strangle somebody with them and have you watch.
I don't think
That's a story.
That's a fantasy.
Yeah.
That's a
Well,
murder,
but you're telling
fantasy.
it. You're telling a story.
But-
That's what your books are. Those are all
the
stories. They're all
thing.
murder fantasies.
I just inadvertently proved my own point because I listened to Brian talk about pruning his hedges and clipping the
Yeah.
roses and doing all his gardening because I do want sex.
Yeah.
So, okay, I'm a monster too.
All right, now get in here and
You're the only monster.
get in here and trim these hedges, baby. All
What's
right.
your love language, Mary?
Touch, physical touch. I want to be touched 100% of the time. Hold my hand, rub my back, touch my hair, put your arm around me. I like being touched.
I was trying to be.
Mary has told us that.
When other people do it, it weirds me out, but I can touch my own.
we gotta go to break.
She's changed. When other people do it, it weirds her out.
We're really late.
People came all over me. Not that kind of touch.
Oh, okay.
Do you
gotta take
wanna
a break.
touch?
Yeah. Do you want to touch? All right, listen. If you want to text 35192 and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Tacos, Tequila, and Whiskey Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Hello, we're glad you're here. If you need assistance or just have a question, our associates will be glad to help you anytime.
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192 on a text. AlanCoxShow.com. Watch live there. Thank you one more time to Clorky Bootsworth for helping out. Guardians off tonight. They took one in that 3-game series against the Brewers over the weekend. They will return to baseball action tomorrow night. 8:10 is the first pitch in Kansas City against the Royals. And then they'll go to Wrigley to play the Cubs before coming back home next week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, they'll start up that series against the Atlanta Braves, who are one of the, I don't know if they're the best team in baseball, but they're up there. They're very good right now. Gave away tickets for that game last week because that July 3rd game, Tuesday night. 4th is on a Wednesday next week, yes?
Mm-hmm.
That game on the 3rd.
No,
I'm sorry,
the
Monday.
4th
right.
is Tuesday.
4th
yeah.
is Tuesday.
Monday night is the one where they're going to have the fireworks after the game and all kinds of festivities.
Why are we even going to celebrate the 4th of July? It's been replaced by Juneteenth. That's what everybody's been telling me.
I saw that.
What do you mean?
I saw that on TikTok.
That's what people. That's the conservative like MAGA talking point. It's like they got Juneteenth to try and replace the 4th of July.
But they're in 2 different months.
But there can only be one freedom holiday because everyone is free at the same time in this country, Alan.
I see. No, but literally that's what Juneteenth is.
Right.
That wasn't the
But
case.
it's a threat.
Yeah, but they.
It's a threat to freedom.
I don't get it.
I don't get it either.
You mean like Bud Light and Target and Chipotle were?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, boy. All right, well, what are you going to do? I'll tell you what else is a threat to your freedom here in Ohio. Working from home. Oh, boy. If you're a state employee, legislature wants to limit how much you can work at home if you work for the state. There's a budget amendment. And again, this is a niche complaint, obviously, but there are a lot of people who work for the state of Ohio. And there's an amendment where they want to limit the amount of time that government workers can do their jobs remotely. Because there's a lot of people who, mostly in politics or corporations, big business, that want people back in the office. There's all this prime real, a lot of these companies made all these big real estate investments that are just languishing. That's not your fault if you're a remote worker, but the president of the Ohio Senate said, you do more work, you do more effective work when you are physically present at your workplace, which is weird because just about every office study has found the opposite to be true. That is, for the most part, not true. People are, over the course of the pandemic, over the course of companies that have maintained remote working, people are more productive. They are more efficient.
Happier.
They are happier. They don't call off as much. So it's really not about productivity. It's about managerial control. It's about the boss being able to walk by and look and see what you're... Because you heard a lot of people, too, who are like, well, police officers and firefighters couldn't Zoom in during COVID, which is absolutely true. But they can't. That's not the kind of job that they do.
Right. There are people understand there's different kinds of jobs.
I mean, plumbers can't either,
Yes.
but I doubt if a plumber cares that a cubicle person working for the state of Ohio would rather do it at home.
Who doesn't love a Zoom doctor's appointment?
Or a Zoom plumber.
I don't like Zoom doctor's appointments, actually.
Well, I'll tell you, the one that I
depends
ever...
on what it's for.
But the one that I ever had never happened, and it was so strange.
And look how healthy you are, so it's fine.
But I remember it was like, I don't even remember what it was for, but it was probably midway
Probably
through...
Alzheimer's.
Yeah! That's what it
You're
was.
old.
It was midway through the pandemic. In retrospect, you can kind of figure that signpost out, but... And I had a telehealth, that's what they called it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Appointment with someone at the Cleveland Clinic. And I made the appointment. And I hit the Zoom link, and there was nobody there. And so I was like, okay. I mean, it wasn't a life or death situation, but obviously it was important enough to me that I made an appointment and waited to have it with someone from the Cleveland Clinic in this particular department. Didn't happen. And then about 15 minutes later, I got a thing. Cleveland Clinic has a thing called My Chart where you can go and look at your own stuff on your phone or whatever. And I went, and it asked me how my appointment was with so-and-so doctor. And I was like, well, that didn't, I would think that the doctor would have followed up or something.
Did you get charged?
I probably. I don't know. I mean,
When you make as much money as him,
I
you
don't know that they were.
You don't even notice.
Well, it all goes to your insurance. I mean,
What a privilege.
I was like, wait, it goes to your insurance?
Me and
Like,
Cody
you don't
over
get-
here like, spell that. We've never heard that
You don't
before.
get billed personally?
well, you were asking me what happened with my doctor's appointment, and my doctor's. I have insurance.
You don't get a call saying, we need to see you right away, sir. We're going to garnish your assets.
I mean, I have gotten those over the course of my life, yes, but in this
See-
particular instance, I did not.
I honestly think I just need a new doctor because my doctor, he's kind of a weirdo, man. He's got like zero bedside manner, which I guess some people might think is good. But when I'm talking to him about like mental health stuff or like medications and things like that.
Is this an older doctor?
No.
Oh.
I would guess he's probably around my age. He's
People think-
probably
people
late
th-
30s, early 40s.
People think doctors all think the same. There are a lot of very
I think
conservative
he hates his job,
doctors.
to be honest with you. Like, not even
It's probably not so
conservative.
much fun being a doctor anymore.
Well, yeah, and I get that over the course of the pandemic or whatever. Like the one time I had COVID, the first time, where I also had all those bug bites that were swelling up, and he was like, "No, your fever's from your allergic reaction to these bug bites." But I was like, "No, dude, I'm telling you, I've had allergic reactions." Like I have to tell him what I want done. He fights me on it, and then I'm right. Like I was like, "Please do a COVID test." Like, you don't need a COVID test. Please do a COVID test. You don't need a COVID test. And he finally did it. And he was like, "Well, I'm very surprised that it came back positive." I'm like, "Yeah, I've been telling you I feel like crap, and you're not listening to me." And like when I call him and we do these telehealth visits, this last time, I have medication that you have to have an in-person visit for, whether it's via Zoom or in the office. You have to see a doctor. They can't just call in a refill. And so I'm on the Zoom with him, but I don't think he knew I was on it yet because I hadn't turned my camera on. And he's sitting there with like his hand on his head, and he just goes like that. And I turn my camera on. I go, "Rough morning."
You could hear him and not, yeah.
His face kind of got ready. He goes, "Sorry, I didn't know you were on here yet." It was like 8:30 in the morning. I was like, dude, this guy hates his life.
Alan, I'm a doctor, and we also hate telehealth visits. Usually it's just that we forget to join the Zoom.
I don't know, man.
Right, but I mean...
I just feel like talking to a doctor in person, there's a different vibe and a different feeling that you get.
There absolutely is talking to anybody in person, but I would think that to some degree, these doctors might have actually, during the conditions of a global pandemic, they might have enjoyed that more. Oh, instead of people waiting in the office and bitching and moaning that, click, Zoom, there it is. I guess if you forget to join, I would think that might be somewhere on your calendar. But, at that time, anybody and everybody that had an appointment was doing Zoom. Alan, my Zoom colonoscopy was the worst. It's a big mess.
Ruined my phone.
They told me to put it in a Ziploc. I just didn't listen. But again, there is that weird line to walk where if you're a doctor, you go, "Look, I've studied this for a long time. I don't need civilians coming in and telling me what I'm doing wrong." But you are also the patient.
And you're not me. You don't know what my body feels like.
Right. You know how you feel. And you know how you. Well, but how was that dismissive of mental health if he didn't think you had COVID and you did?
Because my dad had died from COVID, and he thought I was overreacting.
I see.
And
He
that
thought
I
you
was
were being
having a
psychosomatic.
Yes, that I was having a traumatic experience, and that I was just because I have issues with anxiety with medication he's prescribed me.
Also, at that time, weren't COVID tests free?
Yes.
So it wasn't a financial thing. Why didn't he just give you one?
This was the same year that my dad died. My dad died in January. I had COVID for the first time that same December, and he thought that I was overreacting, that all of the symptoms that were presenting as COVID symptoms were from this allergic reaction I was having to whatever bug bite I had. And I was telling him, I was like, "No, I'm telling you." And he's like, "No, you're sensitive to this situation because you're dad." I'm like, "Stop telling me what I am."
Yeah, that would be weird.
You know what I mean?
All right, can we?
I'd rather have a guy that just kind of nods and looks at you and agrees, even though he's probably thinking of something else, than somebody who's like actively arguing with you about.
All right, Mary, pretend I'm the doctor.
No.
And
I'm not giving you $2,000.
I'm not asking you.
That's your copay
$2,000
to see Bill Squire,
Hey,
physician.
Doc, I think I might have COVID. Could I get a COVID test?
First of all, calm down.
That's honestly kind of how it felt. He's like, honestly.
Maybe if you smiled
second of all,
more,
why
you'd
are
be
your clothes still
healthier.
on?
Because I'm here for my nose is stuffy. I don't think I need to take my shirt off for that.
Did you go to doctor school for
Doctor school?
for like 3 years?
Don't tell me what you need, ma'am. I'm the physician, all
Listen,
right?
I spent time in Mexico learning how to be a doctor for a reason.
No,
Now
take
your
your
shirt
shirt
off and stop talking.
Yeah. No.
Far be it from me to besmirch the graduating class of University of Guadalajara, but
No, I just think he doesn't really care about his job. And maybe I'm wrong, but he just seems very over it. And
why don't you just get another
honestly,
doctor?
I need to. Honestly, that might be from the pandemic. I don't know, because I got him probably in 2020 or 2021.
Because the thing is,
get
if
a
you
new
don't
doctor.
if you don't have insurance, you can go to any doctor.
Right.
Just go get another doctor.
Right. I
But
should.
also, calm down.
I know. I know. I know.
Coming with a lot of attitude.
Not even attitude. It's just like, I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. He just seems like he could care less to be in the room.
Did he mark that you were difficult on your chart?
Listen, I understand that I'm difficult. It's like one of the things about me you're going to find out within minutes of meeting me.
Right. But you could have, again, you could have gotten your own COVID test.
Yeah, but I was already there.
I see.
And there was a time when it was a pain in the ass to get COVID
Yes,
test. So
this
it's
is the
easier to
first
get one.
Christmas.
Yeah.
You know, December 2020 was the first Christmas. The first Christmas where everything was like widely available.
Right.
Where you could get tested and vaccines and all that, you know.
But I remember around that time, there was a huge spike in COVID cases.
And there was lines
there
and
was-
you're
yeah,
waiting hours
you're-
for tests and
you
things
would have
like
to like
that.
schedule one like days in advance.
Yeah.
And you're there.
Yeah, I'm already in your office. Put the swab up my nose. and
Or
stop.
wherever.
Or let me
to
take my pants
determine-
off and you can give me whatever kind of COVID test you think is necessary.
You know what's going to make you happy?
What?
I might be late to this, but this is my new favorite thing. A YouTube channel called Tico and the Man.
I don't know this.
It's a guy who plays guitar and his parrot freestyles.
Oh,
you know,
no. I need it.
Poundcake was talking earlier about making fun of his mom's bird. He was doing Week and Cock solo, and he went on this thing about his making fun of his mom's bird or something.
My grandmother's bird, yeah.
Grandmother's bird, right. The YouTube channel is Tico and the Man. Tico is the parrot. Frank Maglio is the guy, and I think this is in Florida. All the floors are tiled, and I don't know, maybe he lives in Puerto Rico or something. Humid, warm climate. And I'll show it for you on the live stream, and I just love it. This guy just sits there in what looks like maybe his kitchen. I don't know where this is, but same place all the time, and just plays guitar songs. He'll play Skynyrd. He'll play Pink Floyd. He'll sometimes have accompaniment by a friend. And Tico, the parrot, will just start warbling and doing whatever it wants to do. I'll show this too. This is him playing You Got Another Thing Coming from Judas Priest.
Come on, Tico.
Wow.
I mean, he nails Rob Halford, right? I mean, the great Tico. Yeah, so anyway, I don't know. I just found it over the weekend, and I thought it was hilarious. Now, I do have a 7-year-old, so maybe that's got something to do with it.
That
I
probably
don't
played
know.
into
It
it.
probably played a little bit
I
into
feel like
it.
that's funny for one video.
You think
and
so?
Then I don't think I need a second one.
Well,
you're going to get a second one.
I could be wrong. This is just like when Mary does Metallica.
Yeah, he might be better than me, honestly.
Oh, God.
Well,
I mean, the bird can sing.
Some days you just need to find some mindless
for sure.
entertainment like that.
Not trying to yuck you
Other than
go.
this program, of course.
Dude, this morning, I was in bed for 2 hours watching videos of people falling down, crying, laughing. I put 2 of them on my story, and I was like, I've been doing this. I got to get out of this bed. I was just because you get lost in it. You just watch one right after the other.
Are these people getting hurt?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I don't like videos people are
Well,
getting hurt.
no, not like breaking a leg or anything, but
Right.
it'll be someone like,
Someone kicks a punching bag and he hurts his toe.
yes. Well, no, he tries to kick a punching bag and accidentally kicks the fence next to him.
Okay.
So he is going full swing at a fence, or like a little kid is sitting on what looks like a motor to I don't know, something, and he's just spinning around in circles and his shoes fly off and he flies off the motor. Like just dumb things like that. No one's actually
Like
hurt.
old America's Funniest Home Video
Yeah,
type stuff.
yeah. You're taking a shot to the nuts or whatever. I love it. I think it's the funniest. People falling without seriously injuring themselves.
Well,
You're never going to find something funny.
When you take a shot to the nuts, though, you need the right.
Yeah,
You need
right.
the sproing.
I guess you could call that one a ball.
A ball? What? A ball?
Like they're playing baseball.
Oh yeah. Ball 2.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. All right, I got a break. I'll have those Cedar Point passes for you. They're doing Light Up the Point on the 4th of July, if you can get out there then. And if you want to text for something else, 35192, and we'll be back.
Get your tickets now
At AXS.com.
for our 2023 Awesome.
All of your favorite superstars.
This is Dave Grohl from the Foo Fighters.
Best of all, it doesn't cost a thing. Download the absolutely free iHeartRadio app now.
It's time to give stuff away. Time to give stuff away.
All right, let me get a couple of passes for you for Cedar Point to celebrate the 4th of July. Cedar Point during their Light Up the Point. Nothing more American than watching fireworks on the 4th of July while riding roller coasters. Cedar Point, you're treated to the spectacular fireworks display right on Cedar Point Beach at dusk. Get more info, cedarpoint.com. A couple of passes for you. Good luck. Caller 10. Have fun. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Pro tip, if a cop pulls you over and they hear you listening to this, they're probably just going to let you go. Because, you know, they figured you suffered enough.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
If you strike out with me, by the way, this week on Cedar Point, go to WMMS.com, hit the contest tab there. We're giving away Cedar Point season passes to explore the VIP Millennium Lounge right near Millennium Force. Lets you chill out. They got chargers and water and the whole bit. On a very, very hot day out at Cedar Point, that can be a lifesaver. I haven't been to Cedar Point in quite some time. We have friends that buy those gold passes, and then they're there like twice a week.
Yeah.
With kids and stuff. Like, I get it. It probably pays for itself in 2 visits.
My sister lives in Fremont, and they're
Right.
out there, like you said, probably at least 3 or 4 times a month. Once a weekend.
Yeah, that's like
or-
once a week. Yeah. And like, because I didn't go too deep with our friends, but the kids, like, don't get bored with it or.
No, I mean, it's a roller coaster. How are you going to get bored with it?
Well, I mean, I don't know. That's what I'm asking. I just wondered if kids did. If they're like, no, I want to know, you know, because you're waiting in line and then you get on the ride. I don't know. We have yet to take our daughter to Cedar Point. Because for a long time, she wasn't tall enough. We're like, there's no point in doing that.
Well, they have like the Snoopy Land where like they have the
Yeah,
rides
that's
for the
true.
smaller kids.
Yeah. Yeah, they get mad every time I try to ride those. It doesn't
Well, you're
say.
supposed to have pants on.
Well, I always have pants on. Short pants is what I like to call them. Very, very short pants, Bill. Some people call them hot pants. I call them very, very short pants.
A lot of balls.
Yeah, that's right. Jesus, I was reading about this dude. This is not brand new news, but it just got to me. But this professor at Penn State University, boy, these guys can't get a break between Sandusky and Joe Paterno and this guy. I know it's been a minute between Penn State scandals, and this is on a much smaller scale. A guy named Themis Matsoukas. Sounds Greek to me. They got him on camera going down on his dog or something. You got to be really bored. How bored are you? And this is the thing, man. You never know what's going on in somebody's brain. You never know what's going on in somebody's life. You know, even the most lauded
Male dog?
accolade. I don't know that it said that. This guy's a 64-year-old professor at Penn State, a long-time and award-winning Penn State professor, got caught on a trail camera in a state forest in Pennsylvania performing sexual acts with his dog. He was caught naked from the waist down except for his socks and shoes, doing stuff with his collie at Rothrock State Forest in Pennsylvania.
What the hell is wrong with people?
He's on leave from the university. He was identified through his North Face backpack that I guess he hiked a lot, and so they had him on camera other times. And so they were able to track him by his backpack.
And then confirmed by his breath.
Ugh.
So we're going to need you to come in and offer up a breath sample. Yup, that smells like collie dong. According to trail cam footage, he allegedly tried to record himself doing it with an electronic tablet. So
What an old man thing to do, to go down on your dog, but then try and film it with an iPad.
Well, it sounds like he was banging the dog maybe instead. I mean, it's all gross, but yeah, after he was identified as a possible suspect, They searched his home earlier this month, and he went into a panic
Yeah.
and asked the investigators to shoot him, saying, I need to die,
At least he felt bad.
and told the investigators, I do it to blow off steam. I guess the collie's name was Steam.
Hey.
He begged the Rangers to shoot him, right? But look at this guy. I'll show you a picture of him. He just looks like...
I don't want to see.
No. He looks like a regular dude. This is an award-winning Penn State professor.
He is not
He
even
looks like a billion other people that have taught you in college.
He doesn't even, like, I thought he was going to be, like, kind of nerdy. Like, he looks...
Like a businessman, like a
kinda
professor.
A handsome dude.
Yeah.
So I kind of have a stupid question.
That's why the dog was so turned on by him, though.
No, you can't get a dog costume and go hang out with this guy.
No, that's not what I was going to ask. Does this count as a sex offender? Is he a sex offender if it's an animal?
Yes.
So bestiality counts with like the
It's
sex
illegal.
Okay. Like that's a sex offender registry type thing then.
Still 2 states where it's not.
Investigators told him that they were pretty sure he knew why they were searching his home, and he repeatedly said, I'm done, I'm dead. They found the backpack and the ski mask that he had on. So it wasn't like they got this guy by the face. He's trying to shoot this with an iPad. He's got his North Face backpack on. He's standing there, pants down, shoes and socks on. He's a chemical engineering professor who's been at Penn State since 1991. They also saw the collie in his home that matched the dog in the videos. He received at least 3 teaching awards during his tenure, and the school immediately relieved him of his...
Oh, I guess tenure's not that good.
Grr.
That's good. Because sometimes they'd be like, hey, there's nothing we can do.
No, I mean,
Not with
there's...
that.
No. A tenure used to be pretty ironclad.
Yeah.
Now, I think even when you get tenure these days, there's a lot of loopholes in it. He was charged with, here's you go, Poundcake. He was charged with open lewdness. You want to make sure you get that closed lewdness when you're out there. Make sure there are no trail cameras. You'd think for a guy that was out there, as much as it sounds like he would know that there were trail cameras. Open lewdness, indecent exposure, sexual intercourse with an animal, misdemeanors, and summary, because that counts as cruelty to animals.
Yeah.
I figured that.
Even
like,
though it's
that's
probably
animal
not, the animal's not going to remember.
No,
but your life's ruined.
If you're putting things into the animal knows what's happening.
And there are
It knows at the time. It's not, but as soon as you take it out, that dog's running and having fun. I mean, he's catching balls when you throw
Like,
him, whatever.
If he's
But if you're
anally violating a dog, like that's
might have been a female dog. I don't know.
Yeah, we
It
don't
doesn't
know.
matter.
Well,
not
I'm not
good.
trying to make a case for him.
If
But
you're-
here's what I don't understand. They must have gone back through a lot of tape because the authorities said that he allegedly, unless he told them in his panic and fear, he allegedly has been partaking in these lewd acts since 2014.
Well, he probably had all the videos. Probably that's why he didn't want him to search anything. They probably found a ton of videos that date back that long.
So imagine after you take the videos, because the only reason you want to take the videos is either to sell them to people or
rewatch them yourself.
rewatch them to get yourself all worked up. Ooh, look at me and baffles. I don't know what the dog's name was out there in the forest.
Well, this is the thing though.
What's a good collie name, right?
Lassie.
Was Lassie a collie?
Yeah.
Oh, boy. I guess the most famous collie, right?
Yes.
Lassie. Well, what did they call Lassie? A boy's best friend in those old books. What, Cody?
I feel like if you're a pedophile in prison, you're pretty much dead. But if you're a
dog effer?
You're made for ridicule, and whatever you did to the dog is going to be like 10 times worse in prison. So you might even survive, but it's just going to be a torturous life.
I was reading about a dude in England who they caught watching porn while he masturbated on a captured seagull.
What? On a captured seagull?
What is happening?
He was smushing it?
People
And how
are really
you hearing about this.
People are really. It's in the Independent. People are really
Read a
stressed
different
out, man.
Website.
I do it to blow off steam.
These are news websites.
I
mean,
know.
Yeah. David Lee from Sunderland has admitted performing a sex act while kneeling over a captured seagull and watching pornography on his mobile phone.
What is the?
Is it like a helplessness thing that like
I
that
have no
animals can't
idea.
fight back?
He
You know
told
what I mean?
the prosecutor told the court that they caught him on surveillance camera that he chased one bird before picking up a smaller seagull, kneeling down, holding the bird between his legs,
Aww.
and masturbating. Once he had finished, he pulled up his pants and gave the bird, quote, a little kick.
Go on now.
That's what he got. Yeah.
You're free. Get out of here.
Go on, get.
I mean,
I don't want
Sunderland.
you anymore.
That town's right on the sea, so probably lots of hot, sexy seagulls who are ready to take everything you've got. I don't know. Towns in the UK, by the way, the names are great, right? Berwick-on-Tweed. A Berwick-on-Tweed man was seen fapping over some seabirds. Eyemouth, that's a great name for a town. EYE mouth. Eyemouth. I live in Eyemouth, Middle Ord, Fishwick. Chapter 1 of the Fishwick Chronicles.
Is that the Eyemouth that's near Nosier?
He did it. It's right next door. It's right next door.
Did he do it?
Yes, Mary. Hey, let me give you some money.
didn't.
She set that one out.
I did.
I got money for you courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. First day, back on the case, giving you some money. So listen closely and good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Money. That's money. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
They still haven't grabbed these two dudes. I was thinking of Mary because these guys, we have a lot of bureau chiefs listening on iHeartRadio down in Texas. And we actually have a bureau chief named Tammy who lives in a town called Tyler, Texas. And right there in Tyler, they're still looking for two dudes who broke into a house and stole a bunch of stuff, including cases of Dr. Pepper.
It's worth it. It's worth it.
Their Crime Stoppers down there in Tyler, Texas is offering a cash reward. These guys are wearing masks. This is when these guys love to wear masks and hats, and very difficult to identify these guys. But it sounds like maybe an inside job.
I'd do it.
They stole a John Deere riding mower. I don't know if that was the getaway vehicle, but a couple of TVs and a bunch of Dr. Pepper. But you've never stolen it. You buy it outright.
Correct.
You've never found yourself on the wrong side of Johnny Law
Not when it
just
comes
because of some delicious Dr. Pepper.
Nah, we buy. Yes, I'm a legal citizen who buys their
You're a legal citizen.
who buys their Dr. Pepper with money, cash
Yeah.
dollars, and coins.
Mm-hmm.
Does it sound convincing?
I believed it.
I don't have a Dr. Pepper ring going out of my house.
All right.
Don't worry about me.
Alan, that dog's name was Snuggles. Oh, you know what that means.
Dear Casey, this may seem to be a strange dedication request, but I'm quite sincere, and it'll mean a lot if you play it. Recently, there was a death in our family. He was a little dog named Snuggles, but he was most certainly a part of... Let's start again. From coming out of the record. Play the record, okay? Please. See, when you come out of those up-tempo goddamn numbers, man, it's impossible to make those transitions. And then you got to go into somebody dying. You know, they do this to me all the time. I don't know what the hell they do it for, but goddamn it, if we can't come out of a slow record, I don't understand it. Is Don on the phone? Okay, I want a goddamn concerted effort to come out of a record that isn't a fucking up-tempo record every time I do a goddamn death dedication. Now, make it, and I also want to know what happened to the pictures I was supposed to see this week. This is last goddamn time. I want somebody to use his fucking brain to not come out of a goddamn record that is that's up tempo, and I got to talk about a fucking dog dying.
Mm-hmm.
Rip Snuggles.
Rip Snuggles and Casey Kasem. He'll be dead 10 years next summer. Hey, Chris.
Hey, Alan.
What's up?
Just quick question. Do you know when that guy with the seagull was caught? Like, time of day? Because if it was in the morning, doesn't the early bird get the worm?
Right there.
I don't know. I don't know that it said what time of day. Alan, I believe the town is Stroke-on-Trent. Right, got it.
Bird in the hands are better than two in the bush, right?
This was at 1 a.m. He caused unnecessary suffering to a herring gull. What a British crime. Some hooligans knocked over a dustbin in Shaftesbury. Gulls on the roof could be heard calling out as the trial of the bizarre incident took place. Imagine that. The birds across the street. Could it have been a coincidence? Probably not.
Maybe you just misunderstood and didn't know the band was called Flock of Seagulls.
He took the F word and he ran with it. He told police he picked up the gull because he thought it was hurt, and he was looking on his phone to find the number of a local veterinarian. But then police revealed he had actually been looking at pornography. He said he put his penis in the bird's beak.
Ooh, what if it clamped down?
Yeah. Well, some people are into that. But that detail was changed. He initially said that, but clearly he lied. He said he took a wild bird and undertook a sexual act. Thereby, suffering was caused.
Cloaca's a cloaca, you know?
He has a history of mental ill health. There you go.
Mental ill health.
History of mental ill health. And asked for a psychiatric report to be done. The word bizarre was used on more than one occasion. Yeah, I guess so. This is the most bizarre case I've ever seen. Oh, is it? Where a guy put himself into a seagull's beak? Well, I've told the story about how a seagull swooped down and pulled my hot dog right out the bun.
That's what they
in
do.
Literally one fell swoop and flew right off, making me the target of laughter and mockery right there on the beach.
When I was at Busch Gardens, a seagull ate a chip right out of my hand because we were eating nachos after we were going on some rides, and I was just like holding one up with some cheese on it when talking to my family, and it just swooped in there and grabbed it.
Grabbed it.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you what. These
Poundcake, what would it sound
island
like?
getaways, you got to be careful.
What would that guy, if the guy from Penn State were British, what would he have said?
I love my Duke.
Why wouldn't you?
Why would he say I love my Duke? What?
But why wouldn't you say it the way you always say it?
I don't know. I thought I was trying to get into character. I thinking his voice is a little bit deeper. I love my Duke. Oh, you just made a mess.
Yeah, that's the Penn State guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
If he was British, though.
What would the bird guy was British? Right. What would the bird guy sound like?
I love the. Hold on. I love the bird.
I love the Bert.
You know that's not.
Mm-hmm. I love the Bert.
I love the bird. Oh, you just made a mess. My accents are so limited. It's ridiculous. I would love to get sucked up.
But it's like you forget words, too.
Sucking it dry.
You should practice your accents.
I should.
And then when we go to you, you blow everyone's mind.
So a British one is good to have in the tank. And then what other accent should I practice?
Just work on the British one for now.
Yeah, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Let's get one.
Okay.
Right.
I'll get one down.
Mm-hmm. Let's not put the apple cart before the equine, as it were. All right. Good. You've got some homework. I've got to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192 to do that, AlanCoxShow.com, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
Barrio Tacos, Tequila, and Whiskey Studios.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Thanks for turning me on and allowing me to spend this time with you. I hope I can turn you on.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
She flies so gracefully over rocks and trees and sand, soaring over cliffs and gently floating down to land. She proudly lifts her voice to sound her mating call, and soon her mate responds by singing, caw, caw, caw. Come with me, lesbian seagull. Settle down and rest with me.
You know who this is? Anybody remember Lesbian Seagull?
No.
From the Beavis and Butthead movie, like almost 30 years ago? It's a dink.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
They got Engelbert Humperdinck to sing Lesbian Seagull.
Get down.
Because one of their teachers in that movie, if you've ever seen it, picks up a guitar and he's like singing his own composition called Lesbian Seagull, like their hippie teacher. And so then for the movie soundtrack, they got the dink to do a fully orchestral produced version of it. Yeah, it is a good get.
2 in the dink, 1 in the stink.
Fish and she emerges with one squirming in her beak. She plays among the waves and hides between the swells. She walks the beach at twilight, searching for some shell. Come with me, lesbian seagull.
He comes to Cleveland pretty frequently, too. We've talked about him a number of times over the years. My mom had a couple of his albums. I feel like they were holdovers maybe from when she was a kid. I never heard my mom extol the virtues of Engelbert Humperdinck, but the only reason that I knew who he was is because my mom would occasionally play some of that music. Some of that classic crooner type stuff. But I don't know the next time that he's coming to Cleveland. Oh, yes, I do.
Oh.
October 21st. Because the dink still draws, that's why.
Mm-hmm.
And dude's got to be in his early 80s. His real name's Jerry Dorsey. I don't know if that's the one that's still on his driver's license, but
Does he still have a driver's license?
He's 87 years old. And for a long time, he was doing that weird, like, Wayne Newton hair dye thing, you know? But I think maybe he's kind of letting himself become a silver fox. But he was sick for a while, about a year or so ago. He was like, I've been healthy my whole life, but then he had some health issues. But I don't know if anybody ever requests Lesbian Seagull from him. Mike from Parma had to remind me of that. That's a deep cut. I forgot about that. But if you're going to go to that show, maybe you're taking your mom or your grandmother. Maybe you have older members. Maybe you're somebody who really enjoys the old classic crooners. Maybe you don't fall into that, boomer demo, or you're just going to go out. You just love the dink. Do me a favor. Indulge me. You certainly don't have to, but I'd appreciate it. Just yell out Lesbian Seagull and see if he breaks into it. There's a lot of artists that will, especially of that ilk, that genre, who will have a kind of an encyclopedic back catalog of stuff, and they can only do a handful of songs each night. But you got to wonder if maybe they've prepared a couple of extra songs. You got to be able to have a few unexpected arrows in your quiver that you can pull out and shoot at that, figuratively, at that screaming audience.
I saw Rick Astley, because he doesn't have a ton of hits. He's got a few, but he plays drums and sings AC/DC.
People were sending me that video, and I said, this is what he did when we saw him at the House of Blues years ago. My wife dragged me to Rick Astley, and I'm so glad she did, because it was unbelievable what this guy did. I was reading that big Glastonbury Festival over the weekend in England. I was reading that he did a whole set of Smiths covers.
Ooh.
For people who enjoy the Smiths. Because Maz ain't going to get out there and do them because he's a crusty old git. But Rick Astley, he's going to get out there and do stuff. A couple of hits. He had a bunch of hits.
2 hits.
He had Never Gonna Give You Up.
Mm-hmm.
He had Together Forever.
Okay.
He had Whenever You Need Somebody.
Nope.
These are all hits.
Who no one knows that third song.
Huh?
What's that third song? Play that third song.
Whenever You Need Somebody?
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying you'll recognize it. I'm saying it was a hit song.
I know.
But that was a cover. He covered somebody else's song.
Nice.
She Wants to Dance With Me. Remember that?
Nope.
No, she does not.
She Wants to Dance With Me. You don't remember that?
No, I remember
Alan, we're
the
not
top
60
2
years old.
that you said.
You don't have to be 60. These still get played on the radio. The Lake, Magic, they still play this stuff.
No, the Lake will play anything, so it doesn't count.
That's true. This was the first song that he wrote himself, and it was a top 10 hit worldwide. He sold 40 million records. Never heard this song?
No.
No.
But I hate this. Like I'm moving. My body can't help it, but I really hate the way it sounds. I'm not even joking.
I think you just got to give into what your body wants.
Very 80s, right?
I don't like, yes. This is the exact 80s music that I hate, but it's pretty upbeat. I'll give you that.
September 88 when this came out.
Well, at least
Now, he was, for Together Forever, he was pulling heavily from the Never Gonna Give You Up vibe, but that was his thing.
That's the vibe that we want from him.
The vibe.
This is bad. This is so bad.
I'll tell you what, this guy's amazing live. This is bad.
Define
You wouldn't
amazing.
he's playing the drums, playing the guitar, he's singing.
Wait,
I mean, the guy still
don't
looks
say
good.
it's bad till you get to the hook.
Pretty bad.
Well, I mean, she already knows she doesn't like it. I get that.
The hook is real good, though.
Is it?
These songs are never going to make you feel bad. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, yeah, like I said, my body moves, and I can't stop it.
What about his
But I
ballad?
truly hate it.
What about his ballad, Mary? What if he just brings it down a little bit? He
This
just
or
brings it
death
down
metal?
a little bit.
This.
Just a little bit.
This is like skating rink music, isn't it?
Couple skate.
Couple skate, yeah.
Couple skate. Nicole, get over here and do a couple
Who's
skate.
going to do it backwards?
Nicole
Which one of us goes
Metzlaker.
backwards better?
You can wear my Chicago Bulls hat.
And even if you
These
didn't,
were going out for one day.
right, you weren't really like, you didn't really like them, so you would hold on to a hair tie. Did you guys ever do that? You had
No,
like
I
a
don't-
scrunchie
No.
between you.
I
It's
like
like
all that.
I liked them all.
if you didn't want to hold hands with a boy during couple skate, you would take your scrunchie out, and you guys would hold on to the scrunchie together, so you didn't have to hold hands.
No, you are coming from the perspective of having a variety of people who want. We would hold hands with anyone who would agree to do it.
But she's saying that guys one. She didn't want to hold their hands.
I didn't want to hold hand with a boy, so we would
'Cause
couple
she's a
skate with a
prude.
scrunchie.
Yeah.
Right.
No, not because I was a prude. 'Cause I
We
didn't
would
like
hold
him.
any girl's hand who was willing to hold
Right,
my hand.
they're-
Would you hold a scrunchie?
No.
If a girl was like, "Come couple skate with me," but you have to hold
I'd
the other
say,
half of my
"Get
scrunchie.
outta
I'm not
here.
familiar with the scrunchie.
I'm here to hold hands and shoot the duck, and I'm all out of ducks.
Now my question is,
What you're describing sounds like a late 90s, early aughts type thing.
oh, you guys were too old for that. I was gonna say if you had no other options, if your option was skate
I mean,
with a girl but hold the scrunchie or sit alone.
I mean, scrunchies were a thing when I was a kid, but I don't recall them being part of the hand-holding
No, they're-
mechanism there at the roller rink.
I mean, I wasn't the most. I wasn't great with the ladies back then, but I at least got to hand holding during the couple skate.
Yeah, I only did that if I like really liked them.
See, I was really good.
And where are they now?
Who knows? I never got their names.
No, he means the scrunchie.
Oh, you didn't
Oh.
you didn't know the boys that you liked?
No, it was just a precursor to when I lived in Lakewood. I just have fun for one night, figure their names out later.
No, but I thought you were talking about
Please
maybe
don't
like
make 'em hold a scrunchie, the couple skate condom, a scrunchie.
Yeah.
I thought maybe you were talking about you just met somebody at the rink
Yes.
and said, "Hey, right."
That's
You didn't
exactly,
have to know.
No,
their
I didn't
name.
know who it was. It was like that boy in the blue shirt is cute. I've been watching him all night.
I get that.
Come couple skate with me, and we can hold scrunchies if you don't want to hold.
See,
my
I'm really
hand.
good going backwards, so I could do the hands around the waist couple skate.
Ooh, good for you.
Yeah.
That's a flex.
That was a flex. I could rubber leg. I could do the whole bit. So
Rubber leg.
when it came to, I've explained this before.
Is that the shoot the duck move that I was explaining?
Or the stinky leg?
Stank Stank.
They didn't have stinky legs back then.
And of course, the classic Rick Astley. You guys don't like this, but I love it. Gautier mashup.
Forced.
Love it. Who cares? These are all forced mashups.
Some
Some
blend.
sound like they go together.
Some
This one
sound like it
doesn't.
was written that way.
Oh, so good.
No.
Yeah, see, everybody's sending me, Earth, Wind, and Fire and Kiss. I go, yeah, but that's a disco song on a disco song. That guy does great work, but that's why I'm not cool. I mean, I don't enjoy that Earth, Wind, and Fire and Kiss. And I love both bands, but I'm like, mixing those two
Not that
feels
hard.
like a toss-off. Yeah.
Are these all Cumberbund productions?
No, Bill McClintock is the other. Now, this might be a nom de
good.
guerre for DJ Cumberbund. He might be. But it was I Was Made for Boogie Wonderland. So he mixes Earth, Wind, and Fire Boogie Wonderland, which a lot of people will recall from Caddyshack, and I Was Made for Loving You from Kiss, which Kiss fans hate that song by and large because it was their foray into disco. So to me, I'm like, well, of course these songs match up together, but you don't have to do much work for them.
As much as Kiss fans say they hate the song, when they play it live, people go crazy.
Yeah, I think it's kind of come around because it's kitschy now. But at the time, everybody was like, oh, Kiss is done. I mean, it takes a minute, but, you know. I mean, it's cool. It takes some work, obviously.
See, now I think Cody's on my side, where our first introduction to mashups was Coming Undone with It, which was Korn and Dem Franchise Boys. I don't know if you've heard that one.
I don't think so.
You don't remember that?
My intro to mashups was the Gray album.
Oh, my goodness.
You ever hear the Gray album?
No, but Coming Undone with It was
Jay-Z
huge.
and the Beatles?
Oh, no, Jay-Z and Linkin Park?
No, that's like...
They did that together.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. But, oh, no, mashup. Coming Undone with It was the first time I heard rap and rock together, or whatever Korn is. Is that rock, metal?
And rock, metal, yeah.
And
they
I was
were part
like,
of that whole wave.
I want to hear this for the rest of my life. I want to hear rap lyrics over
Well,
rock
that's
music.
why those new metal bands were such a big deal at the time, is because they were all coming out of like love and hip hop and stuff, and they're like, every band has a DJ. I mean, Korn did, but like Linkin Park, that was a huge part of why they were so successful at that time. It was great timing for them. Korn was just doing all that cringy white boy beatbox.
Have you ever heard that song that I'm talking about?
I don't know
We probably
I don't
don't
know
even
the
have
Franchise
it.
Boys song you're talking about.
I
remember
Lean
them-
with It, Rock with It.
No, I remember that band. I don't remember any of
Lean
their
with It,
songs.
Rock with It. It was like their biggest song, and then Korn's Coming Undone, and so they put it together, and it was Coming Undone with It.
The only one I remember was Numb with Jay-Z.
Yeah, but that's not a mashup. They did that on their own.
Yeah, I don't remember the one you're.
I always think of Coming Undone as being a more recent song, but it's probably 20 years old by now.
Yeah, because this was like when I was in middle school.
Okay.
Play it. You're going to like it.
No, it's probably full of F words.
No, just the chorus. Or don't. It's your
I don't.
do
Yeah,
whatever
I
you
don't
want.
know what the chorus is. I mean, if I hit Coming Undone with It, between Korn and Dem Franchise Boys,
Yes.
probably got expletives all the way through it. Is what I'm saying. Huh?
Nothing. Never mind. Don't do it. You don't have to.
Yeah, I don't know what they're saying. I can't just throw it on. Is it full of F words? I mean,
don't think so.
I mean, most
It
a
was
lot of
on the
rap,
radio.
popular rap music. Oh, it was.
Yes.
This was.
This song was on the radio. I don't know if you have the radio edit,
No,
but
I
they played it
don't.
on the radio all the time.
I do not have the
That's
radio.
okay. You
edit.
don't have to.
Yeah,
play. It's a very good one. I'll send it to you.
I
And
believe
you can
you.
listen to it on your ride home and be like, damn, Mary was right again. I should expand my musical tastes. Rick Astley, no. Coming Undone with It, Korn and Franchise Boys, 100%.
Right. See, I think you have to like one of the bands, if not both, to really appreciate it. Like, I don't know that song from Dem Franchise Boys, so I'm going to listen to it. It'll be the first time I'm hearing it, but in a mashup. So I'll go, yes, it's okay. It's when you know the two songs, you go, wow, this guy really did a lot of work, like really threaded the two songs together. And the Kiss and Earth, Wind, and Fire to me was like, yeah, it takes a lot of work, but there's no surprise there for me.
It's so funny when people hang out with me and they think, because I like shoes, they think that I'm really into hip hop. And they'll play and they'll be like, and I'll just be like, not into it. And they're like, don't you know this song? I'm like, I don't know any. I like no zero rap.
Yeah.
Like I know no rap, and I don't like it that much. And I still feel very uncomfortable. Listen, the amount of N-words in it makes me uncomfortable.
Right.
I can't turn that off.
How about Kids by MGMT? Remember that song?
I like
But
that
it's
song.
September by Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Oh, I don't think I've heard this
Anything
one.
with Earth, Wind, and Fire, I'm into.
Well, that's what I mean, because it's got a good beat, and it's somebody sent me this. Thank you. What happened to MGMT? Are they still around?
No.
Damn. Do you know that, or are you just making
No, I
that
made
up?
that up. MGMT is like, I worked at American Eagle, and that we played so
that's
much MGMT.
Yes, yep. Yeah, no, it's cool, but, you know,
Not the best.
taking a song and putting it over a beat, it's kind of when you have to manipulate both songs. That, to me, is like...
Do Danger Mouse 99 Problems.
Is that got a bunch of expletives in it?
I don't think so.
It's on YouTube.
Yeah.
These aren't going to be like radio edits. I mean, I don't know what I'm... Hold on.
Why are you listening to his, but you wouldn't listen to mine? You're scanning his for expletives.
Yeah, no, this thing's already... I can't...
All right. Well, it's good. Danger Mouse.
Well, there you go.
Danger Mouse.
Some
Good stuff.
more bands to check out. I was reading about this one. Well, before we move on to the music thing, a couple of weeks ago, we were talking about Kenny G. And, of course, around these parts, anytime somebody mentions Kenny G, Eagle gets their wings. But, and I was perplexed by why Jeff Bezos would rent Kenny G's house. He's paying $600,000 a month or whatever it was. And now Kenny G's ex-wife is really pissed off because she is mad that he's not selling the house. So this sounds like it's a protracted divorce thing, and he's just sticking it to her. She's like, sell the house. It's part of our divorce agreement that you have to sell the house instead of renting it to Jeff Bezos. But if you could get $600,000 a month, like, why wouldn't you do that? You go, baby, do you think I'm going to sell this house for, she says that they've been divorced for 10 years, but he's hasn't followed the terms of their settlement. And this is the thing. It's like, why is Bezos renting anything? But they were having their own house built or whatever. And she was supposed to get a quarter of whatever the house sold for.
He's like, I ain't selling it.
She said the current value. Yeah, she's like
quarter is 0, baby.
She said the house is worth about $40 million. Obviously, he's going to tell her it's not that. She hasn't gotten any money because he hasn't sold the house. So I don't know if he's just sticking it to her or what. Baby, I can't sell the house. I mean, it's just sitting there empty. It's in Malibu. It's not going to sit there empty unless you don't put it on the market. But if you're divorced, but again, billionaires only exist on the backs of exploited workers, right? It's that simple with Jeff Bezos. The only reason this guy pays and has that kind of money, because his workers have to pee in bottles and,
Get to pee in bottles.
Get to pee in bottles.
It's all about reframing.
Right. And, can't afford anything. But he can pay, $600,000 a month to rent a house.
Mm-hmm.
And he can do that.
Because he worked hard.
Because he
and
exploits
earned it.
his employees.
Wait, are you sure? It seems like we're saying two different things. He worked hard and earned it so he can not have to pee in bottles.
That's what happened. $600,000 a month.
You make it sound like people don't like peeing in bottles.
Right.
I'm sure there are some people that do, and maybe they should work backwards and go get a job at Amazon.
Like you probably.
I
be
hear you
upset
guys
if
get
I
to
peed
pee
in
in
this coffee cup right now.
I hear you guys get to pee in bottles here. I'd love to work here.
Like as a kid, if someone's like, "Hey," and when you take a pee break, you just pee in a bottle, I'd be like, "This is my kind of job."
Dude, Blake had her first nature pee this weekend. She had never peed outside before, and we were on a farther bike ride than I thought we were gonna make. It was like 5 miles. Whatever, shut up. And she had to pee. She's like, I gotta go right now. I gotta go right now. And I was like, you're gonna have to pee in the woods. It's much more difficult for women because you got to squat at the right angle. Otherwise, you're peeing all over your whole shoes.
Mm-hmm.
But she looked at me. She was like, that was kind of fun. I was like, don't get used to it. That's for like dire situations only. But
Yeah, as long as nothing bites you on the ass.
yeah,
Like a raccoon going after an apple core.
she actually used the apple core to wipe.
I got a break. You want to get a text in 35192 for the last word because we got to move on. And then the Corey Roddick experience after 6:30.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free